Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. In Visualize Live.
Good morning, my lovely friends. Welcome. It's the weekend. It's Sewing Street, and I'm Stuart Hillard. Let's start our day, as we always do, with the early bird. I love, love, love a little bit of liberty. And that's what our early bird is today. Look, I have got 3.5 meters of beautiful Wiltshire shadow. So useful, so stashable. Absolutely beautiful. Wiltshire shadow is probably my favourite Liberty fabric. Of all the patterns, it's these tonals that I think are so useful, so beautiful. You've got 3.5 meters, 3 different colours. You've got this beautiful slaty blue. You've got this gorgeous light sky blue, and then this fabulous forest green. Use them all year round. Bag making, quilt making. Is this holly berries? Is this Christmas trees? I mean, it might be, it might not. But you're getting 3.5 meters. It's all absolute premium quality, quilt weight cotton. You get 0.5 meter of each of the green, the light sky blue, and that gorgeous slaty navy. This is genuine Liberty, and we are taking it lower. It should be £25.47. Oh, let's get it as close to £20 as we can. That's beautiful. £5 saving. That is what we're talking about today. What would you do with it? 3.5 meters. This will mix with all your quilt weight cottons. It doesn't have to be other Liberties. It's gorgeous quality. Absolutely beautiful. And it has that wonderful tonal variation. Of course, there is a Wiltshire print, which is a multicolour. This is the shadow or tonal version, and it has been one of Liberty's best sellers since they introduced it. It goes with everything, absolutely everything. Now remember, when you shop with Sewing Street, you only pay 1p&p all day long. Just remember to combine your shopping baskets as you go. You pay £4.95 all day, regardless of what you buy. Now, lots of you have this in your baskets. Do make sure you check out, get your shopping basket open, and then you can relax for the rest of the day. Useful, beautiful. Didn't William Morris say, have nothing in your home that you do not know to be useful or believe to be beautiful? Well, I think this is both. I think this is both. These are, well, all my fabric is beautiful and useful, I believe, but really super. A third of the stock's gone. Do check out your baskets, won't you? 44 inches or so wide, standard width. This is what you get in half a metre. So it's really useful. You could even, here's a thought, you could even, get this, split it down the middle, 3 fat quarters for you, 3 fat quarters for a friend. And if you think about it like that, it would be 3 fat quarters for £10.24. Now, I defy you to buy, exactly, find Liberty fat quarters where you could get 3 for £10 and change. Definitely not in Liberty. I was in London the other day and I forgot to go to Liberty. How can you forget to go to Liberty? And they have a special exhibition on as well, which I really wanted to see. So I'm just going to have to go again. Never mind. I can handle it. I can handle it. I did see Sue Pollard while I was in London, which was rather lovely. And we had Heidi Hi. And it was 10 o'clock in the morning and she was wearing a great big fascinator and kind of party clothes. She was only out for coffee, but she looked fabulous. So I think that distracted me from going to Liberty. I'm going to blame Sue Pollard. Sue Pollard's fault. Loads and loads of you coming in for this. Now, I don't have my iPad, so I'm just going to say a massive good morning to everybody. Thank you so much for being with us here today on Sewing Street, for joining us. Did you have rain last night? It woke me. It woke me. And then I woke this morning and went outside, wet, everywhere wet. It's meant to be wet for the next. The gardens need it, don't they? The gardens need it. Charlie's been sprinkling all over the lawn for the last week. I've told him not to. I turned my back for 1 week. You know what I meant. He's had the sprinklers going back and forth, back and forth. On that note, let's do the menu. Honestly. Right, here we go. I've just discovered I've got a splinter in my thumb. Anyway, this hour, fabulous flower show fabrics. And I've got more beautiful Liberty. Philip Jacobs as well. I've got some extra wides, and I've also got the most adorable Moda collection with flowers and bees. It's gorgeous. So that's at 8 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, the fabulous Miss Jenny Jackson is here with the next instalment of her beautiful tile quilt. Now, it's all English paper piecing. They're already flying out on pre-order. This is the Portuguese tiles version colourway. There's 2 colourways. This is one. The other version is gorgeous kind of summery florals and a vintage vibe. Absolutely gorgeous. If you missed out on month 1, don't despair. We've got month 1 back in stock. We've got the Portuguese tile colourway and the vintage floral colourway back in stock. So if you would like that and you want to start with month 1, then you absolutely can today. But I would recommend you shop ahead because we may be in the same position. They may sell out again. Don't miss out this time. Now, talking about sellouts, at 10 o'clock, I've got the fabulous Amber Elizabeth here with me with the Tyra Trousers by Ploen Patterns. Now, this is previously sold out. Jenny Jackson is modelling the Ploen trousers there. They look gorgeous. They are so flattering. Absolutely beautiful. They're a gorgeous length. They're a gorgeous waistband, relaxed fit, really flattering, really comfortable. And yes, they have pockets. They have pockets. They are gorgeous. So that's coming up at 10 o'clock and a really, really gorgeous broad range of sizes too. Now, at 11 o'clock, I'm going to give you a little bit of a heads up here because Jenny Jackson is coming back with 2 patterns. Now, I'm going to say I think everybody needs this. First off, look at this. Now, it's not just a wall hanging that says Sewing Mends the Soul. It is a full alphabet and it is entirely foundation paper pieced. I don't think I've ever seen such a beautifully consistent and well designed pattern for an alphabet in paper piecing. I think this is superb. $9.99 for this. You get all 26 letters, some punctuation too, and a serving suggestion in the form of this gorgeous little quilt. We've also got some kits, but honestly, get yourself that pattern either as a digital or as a physical pattern. You are going to use this so many times. I think everybody needs this pattern. I think it's terrific. Now, what also goes very nicely with that, and in the same hour, is another brand new pattern from Jenny. My goodness, she's been busy. For the sewing machine cushion. Okay, so again, foundation paper pieced. You've got the little control button, you've got the bobbin winder and space for thread, you've got the needle even, all done in EPP. Foundation paper piecing. I think it's gorgeous. Wouldn't these two go together to make the most amazing wall hanging? The kit for this cushion, this version, is $15.99, and that's the pattern and your fabric. And if you want the Liberty version, it's under £20. I think it's going to be busy on both the sewing machine and the alphabet. We can't make more kits. You know what it's like at the weekend. What we've got is what we've got. So shop ahead on our website. Right, just back to the menu then, please. Last hour, we've got the most gorgeous summery dress. It is the Maison Fauve Cuba Libre dress with Amber Elizabeth. And this is beautiful. It's such a flattering style. And there are some different options. We've got so many gorgeous fabric bundle options. And they're all around, well, they're all under £25, which I think is phenomenal. Summer weddings, summer events. Mate of mine went to look for a dress for her son's wedding. £400. And this was high street, kind of, I was like, that's eye-watering, eye-watering. Amazing value and a really beautiful, flattering, comfortable dress. And yeah, I think you're going to enjoy that. So shop ahead, won't you? Right, let's jump in then and let's start the morning right with some fabulous flowery fabrics. We're going to start with a new collection from Philip Jacobs. Now, Philip Jacobs, of course, is part of the Cafe Facet Collective, but he also designs fabrics under his own brand name, which is called Snow Leopard. And these fabrics are from Snow Leopard. Now, excuse me, Philip has the most incredible archive of vintage fabrics, which I think mostly he stores in a caravan, if I remember rightly. This is a gorgeous new collection called Utopia. Which is a kind of floral and insect and bird vibe. The detail in these fabrics is absolutely incredible. So beautiful. You get in total 10 different fabrics, 10.5 meters, 5 meters in total. Lots of you already checked out on pre-order. And here's the good news, you're going to make a saving. And yes, if you've already checked out, you still make that saving. Everybody pays £81 for this brand new collection from Snow Leopard, from Philip Jacobs. Now, let's have a little dive into some of these fabrics. This is incredible. Look at this one with toucans. Hang on, Hannah, what did you just say? Okay, let's do it, because that's not an $8.99 saving, is it? Right, you're going to save more. Original price, $89.90. What are you going to pay? Great. You're going to save a total of £10. That's more than half a metre. Fabulous. Now, good news. Everyone who's already checked out is going to make that £10 saving. Your money isn't taken out until midnight tonight, so everyone pays £79.90. Amazing. Look at this fabulous fabric. I think this is so cool. It's almost kind of decoupage-y. It's kind of layered. You've got all of these exotic birds, budgerigars, toucans, parrots, maybe a lovebird, and then things like hibiscus, beautiful blooms, orchids. It's got a bit of a beachy vibe. It has. A beach bag would be so cool. You've also got some beautiful tonals where you might want, you know, a little somewhere for the eye to relax. So you've got some tonals in there as well. You've also got this fabulous stripe. Love it. Love it. It's kind of giving me seaweed or coral vibes. So again, kind of beachy, bathroomy vibes. It's lovely. Gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. Now, Philip is known for really beautiful floral fabrics, and this is no exception. Amazing chrysanthemums there, huge blooms, but look at the detail in the background. What he's actually done is taken this beautiful print and turned it into the background. I think that's lovely. You've also got lovely opportunities there to fussy cut or back with Bondaweb and then cut out individual blooms and use them for applique. You've got, now these aren't pansies, I think these are hibiscus flowers, very tropical. And look at all of the colours that are in just this one print. It's incredible, isn't it? Lots of you checking out your baskets. Remember, you're making a £10 saving. Originally, it was supposed to be £8.99, but Hannah decided that £10 was neater, nicer. It's more rounded. It's an awkward number, isn't it, £8.99? That's rather lovely. That background fabric is gorgeous. Kind of stylized chrysanthemums with moths on top. I've got fewer than 20 bundles left. Do check out, won't you? These fabrics are available by the half metre too, so if there's any one in particular that's popping out at you, you can get these by the half metre. If you were thinking maybe a pair of shorts for the beach, or maybe a big bag that's going to need more than half a metre, maybe use it in your quilt making too. And of course, although this is Snow Leopard, which is Philip's own range, these still have that kind of spirit of what he brings to the K Facet Collective. So if you love Brandon Mablis fabrics and you love K Facet's fabrics and you love the other things that Philip does for the K Facet Collective, KFC, I love that, then these will blend. You can mix and match. Also work really well with solids and tonals. I mean, I'm even going to grab, you know, like our Liberty Wiltshire Shadow. If you wanted a bit of sort of calmness, these will mix. You could put in your Liberty. If you want a bit of tonal there. Those are cool. African tree frogs. And then you've got butterflies on this really punchy rust orange background, dragonflies. It might all be dragonflies actually rather than butterflies. And then last of all, you've got these fabulous geckos. Yeah, these always make me think of holidays because there's always one on the wall, isn't there? I remember being in the Philippines and having a shower, and then suddenly there was this huge gecko on the wall of my shower looking at me. Hello, hi, where have you been? We were roommates for about a week. Oh, and they only had cold water. So I had to have cold showers every day. And if you wanted to shave, you had to ring a bell, like a pulley bell, like this. And it went off into the jungle. And somebody would come and say, what do you need? And you get, I need some hot water to shave. And they would bring like a little mug of hot water. I know, it was about 100 years ago. No. Oh, it's lovely. It was lovely. So this is the new bundle. This is called Utopia, and it's from Philip Jacobs under the Snow Leopard label. It's a mixture of sort of flora, fauna, insects, the wild, the wonderful, the eclectic. Thank you, Hannah. I've got a splinter in my thumb and it's catching on everything. Little geckos and moths. Do you know a tip? I've never tried it before. Tell me if you've tried it and it works. To get a splinter out, you tape a piece of bread, a piece of white bread, over the splinter and leave it overnight and it draws the splinter out. If you've tried it and it worked, let me know. It does sound like an old wives' tale, but those old wives knew what they were doing. Gorgeous, stunning. I downloaded the alphabet pattern I am printing now. This is Liz in Derbyshire. Liz, the early bird catches the worm. Brilliant. Well done, you. We're talking there about this. It's actually the full alphabet foundation paper piece from Jenny Jackson, and you can get a physical or a digital pattern. I think for paper foundations, a digital pattern's brilliant because you're always going to be printing off paper, aren't you? Even if you buy the physical pattern, you're going to scan it and print it. So actually a download is a brilliant way to get it. And like Liz, you could be printing off the pattern right now. Lovely. That is gorgeous. Can you imagine making a Utopia alphabet? You could use solids in the background and then these fabrics in the fore, and you could alternate. So you could have the background in these and the letter in a solid. Mix and match. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Keep going through for your mega bundle. You are saving £10. Right. Okay. Oh, we're just popping up the details on the side graphic here for the alphabet. So really the pattern is the alphabet, and there is a bonus suggestion inside of it to make the Sewing Mends the Soul wall hanging. But to have that alphabet, what a boon. Absolutely brilliant. Right. We're going to do these by the half metre now. I'll go through them quite quickly. Do you want to just, should we go through them one at a time? Do you want to tell me which ones, or big pansies? They aren't pansies at all, they're hibiscus. They've called them hibiscus because they're hibiscus. That's really fun. I love that. That would be nice for dressmaking. £8.99 a half metre, quilt weight cotton, loads of lovely, bright, juicy, saturated colour. If you multi-buy 3 units, 1.5 metres, all in one piece. All right, that's hibiscus. Next up, I've got the toucans and the parrots and the budgerigars on a black background. It's absolutely stunning. Every single one of you who's checked out on this has multi-bought. This would make a really good border fabric for a quilt. Or a Roman blind would be gorgeous. Morning, Stuart and team. Beautiful fabrics, Michelle, aren't they just? Great to start the weekend. This is a weekend vibe. So those are your toucans and birds. Keep going through for that. Really popular, so don't hang about with your checkout. Okay, next up, we've got the beautiful kind of seaweedy, corally stripe. The colours are beautiful. Yeah, gorgeous. That blue and green is a really fabulous combination. This is called coral stripe, actually. So really nice, actually, as well, to have the stripes for things like bindings and pocket tops loops and edgings, facings, because even on a really sort of thin, you know, that is beautiful. Shoulder straps for a bag. Very nice, lovely pop of colour there. Right, that's the coral stripe. Next up, tree frogs. The background on this is amazing, isn't it? It's so wild. This is called Froggies. Is it Froggies or Froggles? Froggies. Oh, is it? Froggles, yeah. I think it might be Froggies, but it's... yeah. It's hard to tell on the label. Gorgeous, though. Really fun fabric. Next up, lizards or geckos, or it's called Lizzie Lizards. Boxer shorts. Boxer shorts. That would be fun. That would be fun. Look, you could do a really, I mean, lots of people make their own underwear. It's a really popular trend in dressmaking. And I'm thinking that and the frogs to make boxers would be awesome. Right, next up, let's go moths. Let's go moths. I think this is a beautiful fabric. The colours are soft and subtle. I love that black background. Yeah, a little bit of a Japanese vibe, maybe. The chrysanthemums in the background definitely lend it that flavour. And the stylised moths too. I think the colour palette is beautiful. All 100% cotton, of course, and cut to order. So you can buy in half-metre increments. Every single one of these is proving very popular. So if there's one that you really, really love, do check out early. Remember, you only pay one postage all day. Let's do dragonflies next. The punchy colour in the background is just gorgeous. Again, this would be for my trio of boxers, I think. Dragonflies and geckos and frogs. Cut weight cotton, gorgeous. Hannah doesn't like that suggestion. Next up, should we do the chrysanths? Let's do the chrysanths. This, I think, is most like the fabrics that Philip does for the KFC. Cave Facet Collective, also known as KFC. Yeah, they put all their fabrics into a sharing bucket. I'm surprised, actually, that they've never done that as a little marketing campaign. I think it would be cute. Are you surprised? Pink background. These are just very, very usable fabrics. Really beautiful. That could be a blender range in its own right, couldn't it? In 20 colours. £8.99 a half metre. If the rest of the collection is not your vibe, this could definitely be useful in your stash. Half a metre, £8.99. It's a really beautiful pink, fresh. And then last of all, absolutely delightful colour this. Like a jade or an aquamarine maybe. Blossoms, summer blossoms. Chrysanthemums, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Chrysanthemum vibe. Lovely. Bathroomy things maybe with that. Wash bags, makeup bags. Pretty. Now, don't forget, there is a mega bundle. This is the best value because you're actually saving, not £8.99, originally £8.99. We've just gone for £10. You're saving £10 on the bundle, meaning you pay £79.90 for the collection of 10. So you're paying £7.99 per half metre instead of the regular £8.99. So £1 off per half metre. Now, if I went into a quilt shop and there was £2 off per metre on a brand new fabric range, I'd be like, oh, you should have done it, Hannah. It's lovely. Gorgeous. It's lovely. It's lovely to take £2 off per metre. It's lovely. £10 saving on the mega bundle. Yeah, ignore that £8.99. Huh. Oh, no. £10. £10. Right, that's the new Philip Jacobs. Gorgeous. Now, the early bird is proving super popular. I have a few left. This is our early bird for today, for Saturday. It is 3.5 metres of fabulous Liberty Wiltshire Shadow. You've got 3 classic colours. You've got that gorgeous forest green, a light sky blue, and then this beautiful slaty, almost navy blue. Really gorgeous. You have made a fabulous saving there. £20.47, £5 saving. You've saved £5. You'd never ever make that saving in Liberty, would you? Gosh. And of course, these will go with other Liberty collections. They're beautiful in their own right, but you can also mix and match them with your Philip Jacobs, with Tilda, with French General, whatever you love, there are colours to suit. And these are some really classic colours. £5 saving, it's our early bird today. Okay. Now, talking of Liberty, I've got an amazing Liberty mega bundle. Now, this is a brand new collection from Liberty. It's called Bouquet. I think it has been on air. I haven't had it on air before. Brand new to me. You're getting ½ metre of each of 15 fabrics. There are some absolutely classic Liberty prints in here, those beautiful ditzy florals. You're getting some amazing textures as well. This is your price, by the way. You're saving £8.99, which is the price of ½ metre. Now, there are some really cool prints in this collection. Look at this one here. This is like a kind of pictorial map of London. You've got Grosvenor Square and Hyde Park. You've got Tower Bridge and Park Street. There's Pall Mall, Cromwell Road, Nelson's Column, Liberty, of course. You've got Tower Bridge. They are gorgeous. Now these, I think, I'd have to make bags using these fabrics, really show off the prints. Or if you've got my Galleria quilt pattern, this would be a lovely range to use in Galleria because that pattern is designed to show off the individual fabrics and not cut them up too small. There's a different colourway in that pictorial. Now, 125.86, and you remember you're getting 15 ½ metres. That's 7.5 metres in total. Fabulous florals there. And then you've also got this really lovely check in a couple of different colours. That's really nice. Split pay if you'd like. Now, if you've not used split pay before, this is a way to spread the cost over 2 months, 3 months. This time it's 2 split pays. So if you choose the split pay option when you check out, you'll get it. You don't have to fill in a form. You don't have to ring the call centre. You just say, yeah, I want split pay. And it's £62.93 to get this collection home. And you pay that today, we send you the collection, and then next month, same day next month, you'll pay the second and final payment, and that's it, you're done. Easy. That is lovely. 15 different fabrics. They're absolutely stunning. And if you wanted to, you could kind of split them out into their respective colourways. I mean, there's a certain amount of bridging. So I'm going to put these ones together. And you can see there's a colour palette. That could be one quilt, yeah? Just group those together, that could be one quilt. Then you could group. So this way, you can get more than one quilt out of one colourway. That looks pretty together. We're going to put that one here. Really, really stunning fabrics. New from Liberty, it's called the Bouquet Collection. And you're saving $8.99 by buying the mega bundle. $125.86. That's lush. Now, a lot of you are going on pre-order. I think this is really smart. You get exactly what you want before it sells out. I want to mention a few key things. This dress is proving very popular. This is from Maison Fauve. Absolutely gorgeous. We love the company and we love their designs. They are beautiful. And this is a gorgeous dress. This is the Cuba Libre dress, and this is in the 12 o'clock hour. If you want to shop ahead and get the pattern, all you need to do is go onto the website or call the call centre. It's a free phone number and it's UK based. And just look up what's coming up in today's shows and you'll find. We've also got bundles of fabric, including this fabric, under £25. And that's to make the largest size. So you can make exactly this for the price of the pattern and a fabric bundle that's under £25. So if you want to shop ahead, go onto the website or call the call centre, pick your items, and just don't forget to check out your basket. It's not yours until you do, so don't just let things linger. Also proving incredibly popular is the alphabet. Now this is a brand new pattern from Jenny Jackson, and essentially the pattern is the alphabet. So there is a project in there, but that's a bonus. The pattern is the alphabet, and you get all 26 letters, uppercase. I think this is probably the nicest designed paper pieced alphabet I've seen. It's very consistent. The width of all of the letter strokes are the same, which often they end up a bit thick and thin in some alphabets, which is not so pleasant. This is gorgeous. I think Jenny's done incredibly well. It's one of those resources you will use again and again and again forevermore. Lots and lots of you are going for this. We've got physical patterns, we've got digital patterns. We've also got some fabric packs, and they are very, very good value in themselves to make, thanks Michael, to make this. So you can get the fabric bundle to make this with the pattern included. Got a couple of different options, and they are really, really keenly priced. We've also got Jenny's foundation pieced sewing machine. Now, here as a cushion cover, amazing price point. This kit, including the pattern, under £16. We've got a Liberty version under £20. It's bonkers, but it's true. Grab them. I would shop ahead for these because I think they're going to sell out before we get to the hour. So if you want to do that, jump on the website or call the call centre. Now, also behind me is this fabulous tiles quilt. Everything is English paper pieced. So this is relax, this is sit and sew, and each month you get the fabric and the paper pieces to EPP the next 3 blocks or tiles. Now this is the Portuguese tiles colourway, which has got these gorgeous kind of blues and golds, and it's really beautiful. But we've also got a vintage floral version. If you missed, this month is month 2. This is the second instalment today. So we're doing tiles 4, 5 and 6. If you missed last month and you've got regret, don't worry. I've got month 1 in stock today. So, but again, I wouldn't hang about. If I was you and you want to get going with your tiles quilt, jump on the website or call the call centre and buy month 1 and 2, and then you can make a start. It's getting very, very busy. It's getting very busy. Now, I need to mention, in the few minutes that I've been talking, the mega bundle has been flying out, this Liberty mega bundle. You've got 15 different half meters of this brand new collection from Liberty of London. Quilt weight cotton, delicious. Where's my message? I want my message. Something's changed, hasn't it? That's more like it. Hiya, Penny. Good morning, Stuart and crew. I love watching you on Sewing Street. Your approach is perf. Is it perfect? I'm thinking maybe it's like sort of young speak, like the way you speak is perf, man. Hannah's saying, don't do that. Don't say that. Thank you ever so much, Penny. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Well, you know that my stash is as big as yours, and I love sewing as much as you do too. You know that. You know that. So you know when I'm, drooling over delectable fabric, it's because it's coming home with me, and I love it. Thanks, Michael. Thank you. Right, now then. I've got some smaller bundles of Liberty, and let's find, got it. Right, first bundle. This is a bundle of 5 half meters. So you're getting 2.5 meters of fabric in total. And these are the 5 fabrics in our first bundle. You're making a £2 saving. £42.95 is your price, and you get 5 half meters. You get this one, this gorgeous little kind of abstract polka dot with flowers. You get this fabulous check. Really iconic Liberty floral there. What about lovely like sun hats, bucket hats, or wide brimmed hats in this, reversible? And look, you're getting the London map in blue-green. I think if you're going on a little trip to London, we need shopping tote, outer, maybe a facing in this, just around the top, and then maybe calico for the main lining. That would be gorgeous. I'm thinking we might need a little bucket hat in this check, maybe line the brim with the floral so that maybe if you turn it up, you get a little peek of that floral. Could be really smart. Maybe make yourself a little new purse or something like that. Oh, just lovely. £42.95. You make a £2 saving on the bundle. It's $42.95 and 2.5 meters of fabric. Lovely. Now the next bundle that I've got, again, 5 fabrics. This is the kind of redder prints. So you've got the floral, ditzy floral. You've also got the red map of London. Or if you've got, I don't know, American cousins, they love everything about Britain and London and all those iconic things, to gift. You've got your floral there. Half meters of each. Yeah, you could literally mix and match any of these fabrics together. Beautiful. But I'm going to grab a piece of the Wiltshire Shadow from our early bird, because look how beautifully that would go in. If you wanted to add in the early bird from today, or you've got something like the lighter blue. So I think our today's early bird is very, very relevant. Very relevant. That is gorgeous. That is gorgeous. £42.95, and you are making a £2 saving. That is my favourite print, I think. It's so cool. What about doing something like a journal cover? Or maybe a book jacket? Travel bag? Or a Kindle cover? Or an iPad bag? Any of those things would be lovely. So ever since I got my iPad in February, I'm so, oh, yes. I do love it, though. I do love it. It's a little bit late to the party for so many things. Right, my third bundle of Liberty takes the last 5 fabrics. And these have got a little bit of gorgeous purple lilac. I mean, this is so pretty. And with this floral, I think those two together instantly work. Just gorgeous. You've also got this lovely jade print. Those 3 together. Fabulous. I will just mention that all of these fabrics are available by the half metre, but have a look on the website. They're all listed, including the map fabrics, but they are very, very limited. So if you want those probably will be the first fabrics to sell out. £42.95. I don't have big quantities of any of these bundles, so if any of them is tickling your fancy, do be quick. Do be quick. Right, next up I've got Moda Bee Garden. These are super beautiful. I'm going to bring the bundles over, but actually I'm going to start with panels because they're in the bundles. So if you buy in the bundle and you just want one panel, fine. But if you want a panel on its own, I'm going to start with the light. Been really popular on pre-order, and this is amazing quality fabric from Moda. I'm gonna kind of hold it up the right way round first of all, so you can see it is absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. I'm thinking a wall hanging or a lap quilt, even as it is. You could just layer it with wadding, quilt it and bind it. That would be amazing, absolutely beautiful. But you could also create patchwork or borders around it to make a bed quilt or something bigger. So it centres around the hive, of course, and this is one of those traditional skep hives. And then you've got the bees all kind of buzzing around and all these beautiful flowers. Now, I think that the way this has been done, and it almost looks like a lino print style to me, but the way it's been done, I think it would be really easy and beautiful to free motion quilt because you've got these quite distinct shapes. It's not overly complicated, so you've got these distinct shapes. It would be really lovely if you want to get better at free motion quilting. This would really build your confidence. Not having to do loads of piecing, you can layer this up with some wadding and backing and get straight on with the quilting. You don't have to quilt around everything, as I'm suggesting. You could do a crosshatch, you could matchstick quilt this. But I think it's really gorgeous. Now, there are some nice opportunities for embellishing as well. These open centres to the flowers, to me, are crying out for buttons to be sewn once it's all quilted. Add some dimension, yeah? You could even add a bit of dimension in the wings as well. There is actually a little bit of gold printing on this. Can you see? It's a little bit of metallic detailing here and there. It's the kind of thing you get from Moda. It's really gorgeous. So that's on the light background. Lots in baskets. Do check out, won't you? I've also got dark background. Black background, in fact, which is really amazing. The colours are not just the same on a dark background, they are really rich. Oh, wrong way round. I mean, the light one is proving more popular, but for me, this one is where it's at. Look at that. I think it's absolutely fabulous. And the colours are quite country, they're quite soft and subtle. Literally, as I open this up, loads of them flew into baskets. See what I did there? This is my favourite. I just think it's gorgeous. And the actual colour tones are really rich, they're warm, but they're quite subtle, aren't they? They're not super bright or garish, they're quite toned down, but intense. This gorgeous, deep, chestnutty rust is lovely. This coral, this gold is subtle and soft. It's almost caramel, honey. Beautiful. Yeah, quite sophisticated, I think. Sophisticated. Lovely just to quilt and bind and you're done. Anne from Lincolnshire says, this beautiful beef fabric panel would make a gorgeous tablecloth. Just hem it. Well, absolutely, Anne. That's the other thing you could do. You could just turn a hem. You could turn a hem and stitch it. And actually, if you're not a stitcher, it's fine. You could use something like Wonder Under or a web and stick the hem. You could use cafe curtain clips and you could have that up on the wall. I love no-sew and low-sew projects. They are fun, they are quick, and also as well, you can, when you buy it, you can do that, get it up, enjoy it, and then actually in 6 months' time you might think, do you know what, I'm ready to do something with that now, but it doesn't have to just live in a drawer. You can enjoy it until then. So this is the black background panel. It's almost a metre of fabric. Really packs a punch. Now I've got bundles with, excuse me, with the rest of the collection, and you get the panel too. But I suspect even if you've bought a panel and you're going for the collection, having two panels will not be an issue. So you've got your panel. I'll pop that there, so that's included. Price is amazing, $69.93, and we're going a little bit lower. Look at these fabrics. You've got those beautiful butterflies. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. Little kind of tonal version, almost of the panel, actually. Oh, I'm a bit in love with these fabrics. Look at that. Gold overprinting. They are available by the half metre. Now, this next one, I think, is going to go wild by the half metre. That is stunning. The hexagons are picked out. It's all gold. Do you see? It's a green fabric, and the hexagons are entirely printed in gold metallic. It is still really soft, really flexible. That gold printing has not made the fabric stiff. Stunning. You've also got the bees. I think that will be incredibly popular too. Imagine a bag made out of that. And then you've got these beautiful butterfly. Well, if you're going for that, you've got to go for that as well, haven't you, surely? You've got to have the honeycomb with the bees. The bees have a little bit of gold on them. They do. They have little spots on their wings. And then gorgeous little daffodils. That is a pretty collection, isn't it? And don't forget, as well as your coordinates, beautiful in their own right, you're also getting this magnificent panel. Now, this could be the centre of your quilt, and then do your piecing. Now, if I was just to make a suggestion, I think it would be lovely to add in perhaps a few tonals, a few solids, something like that into your mix. It could be Liberty Wiltshire Shadow, it could be Linen Texture, Bumbleberries, it could be one of our cotton solids. But I would just pick out a few colours, maybe a little bit of this soft coral, We do a gorgeous cotton solid in that coral colour, maybe this really soft pink, a little bit of soft gold, a little bit of green, maybe even a little bit of black, but I would keep the look light. So if you do use black, use it very, very sparingly, just as an accent. Maybe this deep mustard yellow. Now the other bundle is my favourite, can't help it. You get your panel, I'll leave that there. Now, look at this. You've got your bees on a honey background. I mean, how perfect is that? They almost look Santangled. Then you've got your all over. Now this, the contrast really picks out the pattern, doesn't it? For me, the hexagons is the hero print because black background with the hexagons picked out in like a gold scribble back and forth. I think this is genius fabric. I love it. I absolutely love that. You've got your daffodils on black. That looks very Japanese to me. Those two together, oh, lovely. You've got your butterflies, delicious. And then you've got your all over on honey. Amazing. So different. So different. Now, in a quilt, I would pick out some of this terracotta, this brick colour. Definitely bring out a little more of the black, but I would also bring out a little bit of our mink. What is it? Something mink solid. Is it just called mink? That I think would be a lovely tonal for this. A very, very soft pink, putty pink would be lovely. Absolutely gorgeous, and you're saving £6. It's not $69.93, it's $63.93. Thank you. Oh, even better. Lovely this, isn't it? Really like it. Really like it. The darker background has been the more popular of the two. But of course you could absolutely mix and match, you know, they're all from one range. So if I was to grab a couple of fabrics, you know, this cream version of this one, I mean, that's a no-brainer. If you wanted to get both bundles, you know, they are going to mix really well together. This green hexagon, again, would fit beautifully in if you were working through the whole. We know we could almost have split these colourways anyway and they would have worked. Keep going through for these. Now, as they've proved so popular, I am going to grab out the hexagons. We've got them all by the ½ metre, but the hexagons in particular are particularly lovely. So I'll grab both of those. Shall we start with black? Okay, so we'll start with the black. This is a black background, then all of the print, if you like, is done in a gold metallic. Some fabrics can end up rather stiff and unwieldy, but this, I mean, look at that for glow. Imagine making bags in that. This is the wrong side. Obviously, it is printed black first. So there's a kind of two different processes, if you like. I think the back is really cool, actually. Almost charcoaly, yeah. So that's £8.99 a ½ metre. I have got less than one bolt of this left. Now, a shop might buy a bolt, but we buy 10 bolts or 20 bolts of each fabric. And to say that I've got less than one bolt left is like the last day of the sale. I think this could be about to sell out. I've only got 8 metres left. If you want a metre of this even, you'll need to be quick. The other colourway is the green, which again is just lovely. It's a really elegant fabric, this. Really elegant, really stylish. Super popular. I've got about the same amount of this left as the black version too. Less than a bolt, less than 8 meters now. This is checking out so fast. I've never seen a fabric sell out so quickly. If you want this, if you want a meter, meter and a half, you will need to be the next person to check out. Right, big bees. Big bees on light. Big bees on light. The scale is lovely. I'm going to grab a tape measure. These are a nice size and the details are amazing. So from kind of wingtip to wingtip, we're talking 3.5 inches, okay, from here to here. And then from the tip to the tip of the antenna, 2 inches. So 2 inch by 3.5. So imagine something like a triangle, fussy cut, or a half hexagon, or a semicircle. Oh, a luggage tag with a bee would be beautiful. Yeah, it's stunning. And you've got that bit of gold printing there. Do you see on the wings? That little spots on the wings in gold. It's lovely. Right, the other colourway in the large bees is the black background. Sorry, it's not a black background at all. It's a honey gold. Oh, that's lovely. I would like pyjama bottoms in that. Pyjama bottoms that I could then wear with maybe a grey T-shirt or a mustard T-shirt or a black T-shirt. Honey to the bee. All, excuse me, all of the other half meters from the collection are available. We'll play them through during the break. So if you go to the website, they'll be there. But it's really, really popular and flying out. So if you want to get any of those, use the break to check out. Now, next hour, we've got the fabulous Jenny Jackson. It's month 2 of her beautiful English paper piece tiles quilt. If you missed the first month, last month, don't worry, we've got that back in stock, but use the break to check out your basket and then sit back, relax and enjoy the marvel that is Jenny Jackson. Up next.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Slip stitch is a hand sewing technique that's brilliant for closing turning gaps if you're leaving them in the bottom of a bag, but also sewing one piece of fabric to another, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So I've got a piece of fabric here that I've sewn together and then I've left a gap for the turning gap. So that you can close this by machine, but I think if you do it by hand you get a neater finish. So to do this, thread a sharps needle with some sewing thread and bring your needle out just a little bit along the seam. It makes it a bit secure. Leave an end on the right side and you can just hold that down with your thumb. That stops it coming undone. And then work 2 or 3 small stitches on top of each other just to secure the thread. You can cut that off later. Now thread your needle under the fold of the fabric and out the other side. Then on this side, if you hold the 2 pieces of fabric together so the folded edges are level, push your needle just under the fold so you can see it's not coming into the front or back, just have the fold and then into the fabric on the other side. Now take a vertical stitch going from one piece of fabric to the other and bring it out and then back under the fold of the fabric so that all you're getting on the right side are these little vertical stitches. So this is why slip stitch is also known as ladder stitch, because you've got the long stitches that go under the fold that are the uprights of the ladder, and then you've got these vertical stitches that go from one to the other that are the rungs of the ladder. So all you need to do is continue working in this way all the way along. If you then pull that thread, that closes the gap, and to finish, again, just work a few small stitches, 2 or 3 on top of each other, just to secure the end of the thread. And that's how to work slip stitch.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know. Apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways. And they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
What a great morning to join us here on Sewing Street. I've got the one, the only, Jenny Jackson.
Hi.
Hey. Now, Jenny Jackson has always been a bit of a hero of mine, but she's just become my favourite person in the world. She got the splinter out of my thumb in the break. So, mwah.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you. You're a darling. Now, as if that wasn't skillful enough, Jenny Jackson has designed the most incredible project. It's the Tiles quilt, and it's month by month, and it's learning how and developing your skills in English paper piecing. All right, now it comes in 2 colourways. This started last month, Jenny.
It did.
You set the world on fire with it.
You know.
We absolutely love it. And we're not making 1 block each month. Please explain the process.
3 blocks each month.
3 blocks,
So
all
you
the
get-
same?
No, every single block is different in here.
Amazing.
And each month you'll get the pattern and the paper pieces to make 3 different blocks and a panel.
You certainly do. Now, I'm going to start with month 1. This programme started last month, but you can still get involved. It did sell out, but Jenny has very kindly restocked our coffers. So with your month 1, for $29.99, you're getting your full pattern. Now, let's just grab this out. Get so much. You get your full pattern. Now this explains how to cut your fabric, how to prepare them for EPP, how to sew your 3 blocks. These are not generic instructions for how to do EPP generally. This is how to do these blocks specifically. So it's amazing value. Half the new stock's already gone. All right. We'll try and restock if we can, but, you know, try and get on board today if you can. Now, you're also going to get a fabric panel, and this has all of the fabric you'll need to make your 3 blocks and a bit extra. So you will have some extra fabric. This one has a Portuguese tile theme to it, which I'm so there for, kind of Alhambra.
The whole project was inspired from my trip from Portugal a couple of years ago, where I saw all the tiles and I was like, I've got to turn that into an EPP project one day.
Such a beauty. It's inspiring, isn't it?
Yeah.
Travel is so inspiring.
So
So you get all your fabric. That's everything you'll need to make your 3 blocks and a bit more. And then Jenny has also included all of the foundation papers. So you have that foundation for each EPP shape. You fold your fabric round it and glue it or baste it and sew them together. But you get all of those pieces in the envelopes. They're all pre-cut and they're reusable, aren't they, Jenny?
They are. So the extra fabric that you have left over, save it till you've done all the blocks. You could reuse them and do some more blocks using the leftover fabrics, just different colours. Placing the colours different.
Exactly. Yeah. And, you know, someone who didn't care as much might just put them all into one bag, all 3 tiles. Jenny has put the shapes for tile 1. Your dad.
My dad.
Your dad cares.
Yeah.
You asked him to and he
I did tell him, yeah.
Thank you, Dad. Tile 1, tile 2, tile 3. That is a boon. There's way more in baskets than I've got, okay? We won't get more today, so if you want to start month 1, really now's your chance to check out. So full instructions, Portuguese tile fabric and your shapes for EPP. Now that's one version. The other version that we've got is vintage floral. Now that's the one that's hanging behind Jenny.
Yes.
This has got a real kind of like vintage summer vibe.
Yeah, I love it. I love these colours together.
Yeah, delicious. Now you get the same set of printed instructions. You get the same EPP foundation shapes, but your fabric panel is really quite different. Here it is. All these gorgeous different colours. You've got that gorgeous kind of buttery golden yellow, that beautiful soft red print. Gorgeous, isn't it? It's almost got, for me, like a little bit of a 1930s, 40s vibe to the fabrics, that kind of vintage vibe.
Yeah.
Lovely. Again, proving very popular. $29.99, and that's everything you need to make your 3 blocks and a bit more. A message for you, Jenny. Oh, my monitor's gone, by the way. The bottom one has gone off, so I can't see. Morning, both. Hope you had a fabulous birthday. Loving the quilt. Love and hugs. It's Celia and Paul. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for my card. They sent me a card.
Oh, because, Jenny, it was your birthday yesterday.
It was indeed,
Happy birthday for yesterday.
Thank you very much. I was going to say, in the pattern, and because I've done all the diagrams, I've actually done them for both colourways within it. Oh. So figure 1, where you see down there, the purple, the figures written in purple are for the floral, and the figures written in red are for the Portuguese.
Oh,
I
brilliant.
really think it helps visually, if you're a visual learner, to be able to see what they're going to look like in both ones.
Yes. So this is your floral. This is your Portuguese style. Ace.
So running through, and that's going to happen for the whole.
That helps
months.
so much.
Yeah.
That helps so much because, you know, a lot of people will want to reproduce where you've placed the fabrics exactly, reproduce your
And
quilt.
I tell you how to cut, what fabrics to cut from what shape, so it all fits.
It all fits together. Fantastic. It's great. So that's month 1, but the newness today is month 2.
It is.
So what are the 3 blocks that we can make,
well,
Jenny?
these ones, I've already sewn them so you can see how they're going. I'm going to be demonstrating. So we've got this one, and that one. They're the 3.
Fabulous.
Folded it up.
So that first one looks almost like a cotton reel.
This
I love
one.
that.
Yeah, if you look at it like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. With the side ones.
And where are they on the quilt?
So we are 1, 2, 3. Or technically, what are we? 4, 5, 6. That's
Yeah,
what it
we might
is,
just
isn't
need
it?
to show that again. We just need to get the camera a little higher.
So we're tile 4, tile 5, and tile 6 this month. I feel
Fab.
like a game show woman.
What's lovely as well is that each one of these tiles could make a quilt in its own right, repeated, couldn't it? So you've got the pattern, you've got the shapes.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you'll be able to reuse those shapes about 6 or 7 times.
Yeah, yeah.
But if you do want it bigger, honestly, the amount of fabric I've had left over each month,
Yeah.
you'll be able to reuse. Once you've taken all the paper pieces out, you can make more tiles.
Fantastic. Right, we're going to start with the vintage floral version. That's the one that's hanging behind Jenny, those gorgeous kind of 30s, 40s, bright kind of pastel shades, beautiful. Right, so first and foremost, you get your instructions. Tile of the month, month 2, this is for blocks 4, 5 and 6.
Yep.
Okay, so you get your full instructions, and again, they're written specifically for making those 3 blocks. Absolutely loads of you checked out on pre-order, loads of you with it in your baskets too now. I can see the checkouts. Well done. You know that you want to collect this every month, and the best way is to do it month by month. You don't have to make all the blocks every month, but at least get it into your stash so you know that you've got every month.
For your holidays.
Oh, lovely.
Such a good EPP is just the best travel project, because all you need, if you base the shapes before you go, you need thread, needle and scissors.
Yeah, brilliant.
That's it.
Brilliant. You also get your, now they're kind of almost like somewhere between paper and card, aren't they?
Yeah,
the shapes. Really firm, reusable. You get all of those shapes, EPP shapes, for tile 4, tile 5 and tile 6, all pre-sorted for you by Jenny's dad. Bless him. And then you also get your fabric panel. So this is your fabric panel for month 2, and they're big panels. There's lots of fabric here.
Yeah, there is.
And the thing is, if you think about it, if you had to source all these fabrics, the minimum you'd be able to buy is probably fat quarters. If you're lucky, you might get fat 8s, but you'd have to buy so many that before you know it, you're buying meters and meters of fabric, which you don't need. This is such a cost-effective way of doing it.
It is, and it's perfect. It really is. I love using panels for blocks of the month as well, because it's a lot.
Well, it means also we can't run out.
Well, this is the thing. You can keep getting them printed, but also if you're going to do a block of the month, like, you have to find a collection that is going to be available for a whole year.
Yeah.
And it is, if you're not going to just do solids, it's actually really hard to do.
Yes.
And besides, then we can pick what we want, what kind of colours we want, and what kind of, you know, I spoke to Lou and I said, I love these 2 colourways.
Mm-hmm.
One like more florally ditzier prints, one more Portuguese, and together, panels galore.
Brilliant. A lot of my stock for that has gone now. Vintage florals. If you want month 2, get it in your basket and check out, won't you? Right, the second colourway that we've got is the Portuguese tiles. Absolutely loving it. I think it's very slightly ahead. Half the stock's already gone on pre-order. So same as before, you've got your full written instructions for your 3 new tiles, all of your EPP shapes. They are all, are they laser cut, die cut?
They're cut.
They're cut. Does Dad cut them?
Dad does.
Dad cuts them.
Yeah, he's just a legend.
I'm going to come and rescue your dad.
No, my mum helps wrapping the patterns and doing all sorts. It's like a little family business.
It's really cute. It's lovely.
Keeping them busy in retirement. They don't want to be bored, do they?
Exactly. Oh gosh, no one I know who's retired is ever bored. You've got your lovely Portuguese tiles. You've got your tonals as well. Really gorgeous fabric range, lovely variations in colour and scale there as well, and everything that you need to reproduce your quilt faithfully.
Indeed.
Yeah. Remember, your paper shapes are reusable, so keep them. Make
Keep
more blocks.
them, yeah, definitely. If you don't want to add more blocks to this, you can make matching cushions.
Yeah.
You can do all sorts.
Yeah. Because actually, as well, you've got the pattern, you've got the shapes. You could do a really nice scrappy version as well.
Oh, yeah.
Alongside, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
fun. I've wanted to do, because I've done obviously the FPP blocks of the month, strip of the month, and I had the EPP people like, what about us?
What about us?
What about us? And I was like, I really want to. So then.
So now you have.
So now I have.
Brilliant. We
10
love it.
months, every month.
And of course, your quilt, what size is the finished quilt?
Let me just look on the pattern here. I haven't written it in this month. So they're 8 inches.
Yep.
You're a maths teacher.
Am I?
Was.
So 5/8 are 40, and then 6/8 are 48. So 40 by 48.
So it's a nice lap quilt size,
Gorgeous.
wall hanging size,
Yep.
over the back of your sofa size. Just,
Yeah.
And like I said, you can make it bigger with the excess. I mean, example here is, hang on, I'll use the one that, because I finished this quilt. I showed you last month how much fabric you had left over from last month, and there was loads. Well, this is all the fabric left over from the florals.
From month 2?
From month 2, just month 2. Month 1's at home.
Wow.
So
That's
as you see, all of this.
Great.
Nice pieces. You know, some you have
Definitely enough
less.
to make a cushion.
Well, this is it.
Yeah.
Some, you know, some fabric, you wouldn't be able to like necessarily repeat the same block in the same colour.
No.
But the same block with some other colours.
Yeah,
and that'll mix it
definitely.
up even more anyway. So I think, yeah, I love having this leftover fabric.
Yeah. It's great. Love it. Beautiful new project. Well, keep going through. Now, if you need anything like glue stick or a little rotary cutter or friction pens, things like that, seam roller, they're all in the show. So we'll put them through as we go. But what can you show us, please?
Well, I'm going to show you how to cut, how to baste, how to sew. So if you
Brilliant.
didn't see it last month, you know, it's
Right back
always
to
good.
basics.
Yeah. So I've sewn these all together. I've decided each month I am going to sew this one together, you know, because it's done.
So that would be suitable to do at home as well. As you make the 3 blocks, they go in that order. So
Oh yeah,
together.
just sew them sew as you go. And I'm keeping my templates inside them at the moment. That's purely for travelling, because before you know it, everything ends up so creased when you're travelling. But once all sides of a shape have been sewn around, remove the template. There's no need to keep it in there. Put it back in its little packet, because it's less likely to get bent and stuff, and then it will last longer. Yeah, they don't need, I usually just keep the edge pieces in. Again, you don't actually have to do, if you know you're not going to sew onto those shapes, press it, remove it, then you could actually technically make the block again. But like, don't take this one out, because you are definitely going to put a block
You need that for the next
underneath
row.
that, but the top ones you can.
You know when you sew your rows together, do you do that by hand? Do
Oh,
same
yeah.
EPP method?
Exactly the same. So as you can see, it's this block and this block together, whip stitched
Yeah.
down there.
Great. So entirely portable. Which colourway are you going to demo with, Jenny?
I'm going to demo in the
Portuguese
tile,
Good.
yes.
Portuguese tiles. We'll change the graphics then to the Portuguese tiles version. Remember, this is month 2. So if you need month 1 as well, that's on the website. It's very limited stock now, but if you want it, you can. But we'll put the details for month 2, that's tiles 4, 5 and 6, in the Portuguese tile colourway.
Goodness me, there must be a needle somewhere, because I'm sure I got a needle out.
Oh.
It is no longer visible to the eye, but that's fine. I don't need it right this second, so I'll just pop in my bag and get it. Get another one. Keep seeing bits of cotton everywhere, thinking, oh, that could have a needle attached to it. Right, so...
Probably stuck in my finger.
Probably.
I'm just going to turn the quilt around. I've got the Portuguese tile quilt here, so we're going to be doing 4, 5 and 6. I absolutely love this colourway, Jenny.
I am obsessed with it. It's so different.
Yeah. And it looks more complex than it is because you've got almost this sort of faux patchwork effect.
Yeah, because I wasn't sure how that was going to work
love
within it. And actually, it works really well. Because it's not everywhere.
Fabulous.
It's just in parts.
Yeah, but it brings this kind of flavour of Portugal, doesn't it?
It really does. It really does. Right, so I'm going to show you a few bits and bobs, basically. Just get into the page I want. So in my instructions, I have cut shape A from fabric 1, let's say, and how many you should cut. And then I've also put, so you can see which shapes which, like A is the square, B is the triangle, C is the house, just so it's so clear, because I just want to make it as easy as possible. And I'm going to show you how to cut and baste some shapes. What are we using here?
You know, when you cut out your EPP shapes and you sort of add your seam allowance, do you do that by eye? Do you measure it? Is there a set amount?
Right, so I do it by eye now because I have been doing it for years. But as a beginner, you want to add roughly 1/4 inch round. You don't want too much more because then it will get bulky. You don't want too much much less for fraying reasons. If you're using a fabric that frays loads, when you're taking the paper out, you don't want to start losing the seam allowance to bits of thread. So I always say 1/4 inch, whether it's a couple of millimetres here.
But not
or
a
there,
skinny 1/4 inch.
No. 1/4 inch. Yeah.
Okay.
But not 1/2 inch. Do you know what I mean? Just roughly 1/4 inch.
In terms of fraying, our fabric panels...
the panels are great.
Basically don't fray, do
Yeah, I am actually loving doing EPP with it because I like doing FPP with them because they're really, like, when you fold the fabric over, it's really crisp and beautiful. And now EPP, love it, love it, love
delightful.
it. Yeah. So my suggestion is for beginners or just anyone really, it's really up to you how you want to do this. But you can use a little bit of glue pen just on the wrong side of your template, just literally a line, just to hold it in place, or you can just hold it. It just keeps it in place a bit. So, and I've actually put this 1/4 inch away from that side and that side by eye. But you want to use your fabric wisely, and then just line up with your ruler 1/4 inch from the edge of the template, and just use a removable fabric pen or pencil. I mean, if you see me at home, I'm holding it in the air, just cutting it with my scissors.
Because you know what 1/4 inch looks like.
Yeah. But this is how you want to do it. And some of the shapes you would rotate to make the most of the fabric. I've got some triangles here, so I'm going to show you the best ways to cut the triangle fabric, because it's all about use as little as you can, and then you've got more left over.
Of course.
So then I've just removed the template from there, and I always by hand cut my shapes out, because the whole project's by hand. I don't need to be getting up to go to a mat.
Watch your head, my love, sorry.
I don't need to be getting up, going to a cutting mat when I can still sit on the sofa and cut these out by hand.
Yeah, well, EPP is the sort of
it
ultimate
is sofa
relaxed...
stitching. Yeah, sofa stitching. Put a good programme on the telly and you're away.
Fair enough. What's your favourite thing to stitch to? Music, TV?
Oh, so if I'm on my sewing machine, music.
Yep.
If I'm hand stitching,
TV.
a good series.
Okay.
Yeah, usually. Yeah.
Crime drama, romance?
Oh.
Documentary?
Love a criminal programme.
Yeah, me too.
A forensic programme, all of this. My friend's doing like forensic something degree at the moment, and I'm so jealous. I want to be involved in this.
Now, what do you have there?
So this is the Sew Line glue pen, which is my go-to. You can baste by hand, but I'm using quite large shapes, and I actually find hand basting quite awkward with large shapes because you can manipulate the card a bit by bending it over, and you just get the best crisp edge with glue
Now, if
pens.
you go for the Soline fabric glue pen that we've got on the hour, it's $6.99. You get the casing, you get the pen. It has a glue stick in it, and then it also has one refill included in the pack. So this will take you through quite a lot of EPB. The packaging's changed, the product hasn't. Now, I would recommend that you get a pack of refills as well, because although you get 2 with the pen, it's nice to have some extra.
Get through it, yeah.
And so you can get a refill pack. Now, this is 6 in here. Now, don't be alarmed by the colours. You get 2 yellow, 2 blue, and 2 pink, and that's the colour of the glue, and it goes on pink, blue, or yellow, but it dries clear, which is really useful because you can see where you've put the glue. You can also see if it's dried out before you've got to it.
Yeah.
'Cause if it goes clear, reapply.
Yeah, I mean, it literally all works the same, but let's say you're doing a really dark project, then the yellow is really good for like basting on like black fabric because you can see it better than the blue.
Cool. Oh, okay.
But yeah, I just use whatever I've got in.
Yeah, me too, fair
I've got
enough.
a blue one at the moment. I think it was pink last time. Right, so then you want to replace your template right side onto the wrong side of the paper. I always say my templates do have a slight darker side, so I always say dark side up. On the, I'll show you on this one actually, just when I get to that block.
Okay.
But yeah, rule of thumb, I usually say dark side of the template up, just so then you get in the habit of doing that. And if there's like reverse, like triangles, triangles like that, then we'll cut them so that you know which way to base
Oh,
it
fair
and
enough.
stuff. It
Yeah.
does say in the pattern.
Yeah,
So-
I suppose some things are directional, aren't they? Some shapes.
They are. They are. So you just want a small bit of glue. I've just got carried away there, like I'm drawing. Just line down. That's all. I glue onto the fabric. Some people will glue onto the card, but I find the card actually lasts longer if you glue onto the fabric.
That makes sense.
It just seems to be that way for me. So I've always gone onto the fabric. There is no right or wrong though. But you won't even be able to see my glue that I'm putting on there properly because you really don't need much. And especially with this fabric, I've noticed, you really don't need much. So you're just going to go around. Another thing I say is get into the habit of basting all shapes in the same direction.
Okay, clockwise or anti-clockwise?
Yeah, but do all your shapes in the same direction. This is for, I mean, I don't even think it's going to happen on this quilt, but if you get into the good habit of it, because if you've got loads of points in the middle, then your seams at the back will pinwheel and lay flat.
Ooh, what a good point. Yeah.
So always based in the same direction, because if you don't anticipate it, you won't know that, oh no, when I've sewn them all together, they're all going to be like, blah.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Makes sense. And you get into a rhythm as well, don't you, if you do that?
Yeah, so I base this way, but I'm left-handed. So most people will probably base in the opposite direction naturally.
Okay, fair enough. Can we
I
just
learned
take
that
a
because
moment to
someone told-
appreciate Jenny's fabulous birthday nails, by the way. They are outrageous.
They are ridiculous.
And I love them.
They are so silly. They are.
How do you get neat corners when you're doing EPP?
Neat corners. So I just pop my finger in the corner and just poke it a little bit. If you haven't got nails, you can always just use, what are those, I know they use them in card making sometimes.
Oh, yeah, like a hero marker, like a bone folder.
Yeah, you
or
can
a
always
point
just
turner.
yeah, you can always just pop that in and just fold it over just to get that crisp corner. If you haven't got nails.
I like a kebab skewer. You know, the short wooden kebab skewers. They're like a little extra finger.
Yeah, or even a lollipop stick. Anything, just get in there.
Yeah, a new one, obviously.
don't
Not
want
covered
a
in greasy
sticky
kebab. We've all been there, Jenny.
I've never had a kebab.
Stop it.
No, I haven't.
Haven't you?
No, not a proper like kebab shop kebab ever. I know, I just don't like meat, really.
That's fair enough.
I'm not vegetarian, but I'm just always seem to opt for like less meat.
Halloumi.
I don't really like halloumi.
Don't you? Oh, I love
I
sweet
know.
cheese.
I think it's because I've not had a nice one.
Okay.
Yeah. I just love vegetables so much. It's ridiculous. It's weird. Love them. Right. I was going to show you the best way to cut shapes that will fit together so that you get more fabric for your bucks. So with triangles, you've got two options. You can either place it like this and draw around it.
Yeah.
Let me just do it. We've got time.
You know, when you're doing EPP, do you have to worry about grain line on your fabric?
No, because you've got your base of the card.
Okay.
It's more you want to think about, depending on which fabric you've got, if it's directional, you want to think which way is it going to go.
Okay.
So this one's fine, but again, this is why these diagrams help. So for anything like this, where it has got the tiled effect, if you want them like a diamond, you want to cut them a different way, don't you? You want to see where you place it.
Yes.
But you can always go like this, place it on here, and then just finger wrap it around and think, oh, okay, yeah, that's how I'm going to want it to look.
That makes a lot of sense.
Okay, before you cut it,
just
finger wrap it around. You're not ruining anything. Then you just know, that's, or that you've got your shape round the right way, which I'll explain with that one. So I've drawn this just really roughly around here, and then you could just turn it upside down, 1/4 of an inch away from the line you've just marked, and draw another. Or the other option is to place them like that, line between and the square. Either way, you're going to make the most of your fabric that way.
Don't butt the shapes up against each other. Oh, you'll have
No,
to
don't
seam
start,
allowance.
don't butt them up together, and don't just be willy-nillying them when there's no reason.
Don't just throw them on the fabric.
Don't just throw, I'm just going to cut it like that.
Don't
No.
do that.
Just think about it, make the most of that fabric, because then you'll have more to keep afterwards.
For sure.
And that's what it's about. 1 block, 2 block, right. So if we have time, I will go back to this block and sew some, but I've got other ones prepared, ready to sew. I've almost finished the first block in this month, but I wanted to show you, this is quite a long, thin shape. So I wanted to show you the best way to baste it, because, you know, you don't want to bend it. So what you can do to stop it moving is tiny bits, that came out a bit blobby then, didn't it? Tiny bits of glue either side, and just place it on like that, just so it's stark. And then start with the longest, no, don't start with the longest length, start with the shortest length, because it's been a long morning already.
It's all right.
Google about that diversion.
To be fair, when you said the longest side, I thought, yep, that makes sense.
Yeah, no, we want to start with...
No, it doesn't make sense
No,
at all.
no. Start with one of the shortest sides.
Don't do that.
Don't do it. It's just not... You can do it, but the best thing is not to do it. So I've done one, and then we're just going to go down this side, which isn't quite as long as the other.
Yeah.
And baste down... But move your finger down. So you saw I started there, and then as I was putting the fabric round, I moved my finger down. It just
So you wouldn't do like
it...
opposite ends and then in the... No.
No, always go in a direction.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, then it gets really complex when you're trying to get the card out.
Yes.
Then you're like, oh, which one did I...
Oh, it's kind of stuck.
It's like, oh, so I did that one first. Okay, so peel that bit off. Which one did I do next? Whereas once you peel the last... You peel the last bit of fabric you glued first, don't you? Because it's on top.
Go reverse.
Yep.
Reverse.
Whereas if you've done it all over the shop, that's just going to be long. Right, so I've done the 2 smaller sides, and then do the longest side last. And to get those nice points on the end of the shape here, you know, it's not necessarily something you think about. I start in the middle down one way, moving my finger as I go, the finger I'm not pushing with. And remember, if you're right-handed, it's exactly the same. Right, and what I tend to do when I see the 2 corners are still poking up, I will air it and fold it over in the air to get that crisp point.
Because you can feel the shape.
You can feel
inside,
the card.
Can't
Oh, yeah.
you?
And you're not going to bend the card. This is why I use this quality card. Because if you use paper, you're just going to manipulate the paper, and it's not going to end up the right shape in the long run. So, yeah, so I folded that over like that. It's all about the little tips and tricks.
You made that look very achievable.
Oh, well, yeah, it's not rocket science, babes. This is why I do it. But it's just those little tips that I've learned over the years of doing it.
Exactly.
Because I used to hand-baste originally.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
No.
Not now.
Don't have time.
Don't do that.
Don't have time. And also, you do get such nicer edges with it, especially
You can
with
do
these.
it if that's your thing.
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah, but with the longer shapes. Did you want to do something?
I just wanted to mention Jenny Jackson's been very busy since last month and has designed I think this is amazing. A really good alphabet. Foundation piece. This is coming up in Jenny's second hour at 11 o'clock, but I just urge you to shop ahead and get this in your basket and get it checked out. It's the full alphabet of 26 letters, all in capitals. They're a really good size too. Are these about 3 inches tall?
4.
4 inches,
Yeah,
8.
I think, yeah.
There is a serving suggestion in the pattern to make this wall hanging, but really the pattern is all 26 letters plus punctuation, foundation piece, and I just think that is a really smart alphabet and something that every patchworker, every piecer needs in their stash. This is something you're going to keep out and love forevermore. It's a great one, really love it.
Oh, thank you so much. It was a lot of work.
I was going to say, it must have been a huge job.
We came up with the idea, all blasé, like, I know what I can do. Jess, shall I do an FPAP alphabet? Yes, Jen, brilliant idea. Then I was like, that's 26 separate patterns.
It's a lot of patterns.
Like each pattern is separate to design.
Yes, of course.
Each letter, sorry.
But
it's worth it.
Amazing. And you're only paying £9.99 for the pattern. The other one that I wanted to mention in Jenny's second hour is this, which is the foundation paper pieced sewing machine. Now you can use it here as Jenny has for a cushion. And we've got some brilliantly priced kits. This kit to make this version is $15.99 and that includes the pattern. All right. We've also got a Liberty version, but you could also do it scrappy. You could do a whole quilt of sewing machines in different primary colours. It'd be so fun.
A rainbow of sewing machines.
Yeah. Or you could combine this with the alphabet and create a sewing-themed wall hanging or banner for your sewing room or your guild group. It's gorgeous. Shop ahead. Shop ahead. It's lovely. It's a modern sewing machine. It's fresh.
Yeah, I've only ever seen like older style sewing machine ones, and I was like, and then I thought, put a heart in it because we love sewing.
Yeah, this is computerised.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Now there are physical and digital versions of both patterns, and there are kits too. So I mean, do like Liz, download your pattern now and start printing it off. Be ready to join in. Right, Jenny, what thread do you use?
I use Aurifil 88. It's my
Aurifil 88.
ultimate favourite, and you get so much on a reel that it just goes on and on and on and on and on.
This is a pack of 5 200-metre spools.
Was it the Calm collection?
This is all the neutrals, isn't it?
It's the one. It's the one because they are the go-to colours. I tend to piece in either dark grey, light grey, depending on the tone of the fabrics, cream or white.
Yep.
Like they are everything I use.
So you don't have to use red thread for red fabric and...
No, I bet if I get out here, white, I've got cream, and I've left my dark grey one at home, which really annoyed me because that's what I've been using for this one. But I've got light grey, so that's fine.
Fab. Grab yours then. 200 metres on each spool, $39.99, and it does feel like it's going to go on forever.
It does, it does. I mean, even when I wrote my book and I did all those handmade quilts, I think I finished one full spool.
Wow.
And
Amazing.
I did other, and I was using 3 different colours, but I think I only finished one. And that's 12 massive quilts and stuff, so it does go on it. Right, okay, so we're going to this block that probably looks the most confusing out of them all. It's really not. It's 2 blocks sewn together, the same.
Okay.
So this was the shape that might have you guys a bit puzzled. So what you want to do is make sure it doesn't end up, when you've basted it, pointing the wrong way. Okay? You do not want it pointing that way. Okay?
Gotcha.
Which means I did not think about this at the time. So you are going to baste onto, have the darker side touching the fabric. Okay, guys? Not how I usually do it. My brain didn't. Do you know when you just don't think about it? I always think about it with triangles and stuff. Always with triangle books. But for some reason, my brain didn't combobulate it. that it needed to be that way. So
part of it is like we used to use like a rectangle, make the block and then trim it off. This is the exact shape.
Yeah.
I do just need to let you know, month 1 in the Portuguese tile colourway has sold out again. We will restock, won't we, Jenny?
Yeah, I'm always up for it. Yeah, it's fine.
Awesome.
It's not a
but
problem for us.
not today. So Portuguese tiles, colour version, month 1 has sold out. It'll be next month now that we get more. You can still get month 2 though and work on that. There's nothing in month 1 that you need to have done before.
No, that's absolutely fine. Don't worry about that. Right, so with this shape, you're going to actually want to put the darker side of the template against the fabric instead of the other way around like I do. Just didn't think about it. It wasn't until I made the sample that I was like, huh? Why have I done that? Anyway, it was too late by then. So it really does. Just like typos.
Yeah.
No matter how many times you check something, you're going to check it again. You're going to be like,
oh, I know. Yeah. I know. I've got a little correction in my newest pattern that I need to do.
Yeah,
it's so annoying, but
so frustrating for us.
Yeah.
But it happens. Right, so I've threaded my needle and I am going to just do a couple of little knots at the end. I tend to do a couple just so that it doesn't run through it.
Mm-hmm.
My eyes are tired today, so that's never a good look. I think I showed last month how I thread my tiny-eyed needles, which is always fun.
Oh, I always tie mine to the needle because otherwise I pull it straight off.
Oh, tie it. Oh, no, I don't tie it. I mean, I show people how to thread it because my eyesight's not very good.
Okay.
But I use the tiniest eyed needles and people are like, I don't understand. So I spend half my time when I've got stands in places showing people how to thread needles. It's like a magic trick.
Oh,
I
pierce the needle through the thread to tie it to the needle.
No,
so
okay.
It can't come off.
So I will try and do it. My eyes are tired, so... Have your thread sticking out between your two fingers.
Give us a sec.
Are we in?
Give us a sec.
You won't be able to see it that well,
to the left
but
slightly,
you will
please.
get the gist of it.
Slightly to the right. That down. That's it. That's the one.
There we go. You can see the tiniest bit of thread. Tiny. I'm talking the tiniest bit, so it can't wobble.
Okay.
Okay. Needle, eye, straight down on top of that thread. That thread is going nowhere. It's threaded.
Amazing.
So you just literally needle to thread.
Yep.
None of this in the air business.
Right.
Just the tiniest couple of millimeters of thread sticking out between those two fingers. Eye of needle, straight down on top, it's threaded.
Very clever.
Okay, you can do it, guys. I've taught many people because I honestly have bad eyesight. So
talking of teaching, you're about to open your own studio, aren't you?
You've taken
just near
a year.
Brighton. You've got your first class in June.
Yeah, mid-June.
And the good news is there is still a few spaces on the first class.
There is.
Which is Intro to FPP.
It is. So if you've been nervous about FPP, the one that I teach so much, I'll hold your hand. And they're small classes.
Small classes.
Yeah, nice little classes.
So how do we find out about how to sign up for your class?
On my website, which is #sew, spelt, #SEW at the end, .com. And there's a little workshop tab. Click on that and it takes you through.
Awesome. I think your workshop is going to be very busy.
I can't wait to add more. It just takes a while to get it all organised. Work out dates.
And if people are coming from a way away, do you have any recommendations for where to stay locally?
Yeah, you can always message me. There's quite a few places. I'm also only, if you're happy to walk, I'm 10 minutes away from the train station, the London to Brighton train line.
Great.
I'm off the main line, 10 minutes
Perfect.
walk. So it's a good one.
Ace.
I'm so excited.
You don't even have to bring your own sewing machine.
No, you don't. You just bring your fabric and rotary cutter and I've got you covered with everything else.
Ace. Right.
Oh, tea and cake. Tea and cake. That's always important.
Yeah, oh, of course it is. Essential.
It's essential. Right, so obviously in the pattern, I've got step-by-step which shapes to sew in which order for each tile. Sat working it all out for you. So I've sewn the first part of this one, and now it's these two. You want to look like this when they're sewn together. Lies. And that's me watching the screen there and seeing that doesn't match. It's meant to be identical.
Yeah.
There we go. So they are the same shape though, that's why. So you want it to look like that when it's finished, so it is right sides together. You have to air this now. Right, tip. Anyone who has achy wrists, or doesn't want to get age risk or anything, I always clip, using just your standard quilter's clip, the opposite side that I'm sewing, because then I've not got to worry about holding it tight so it doesn't move and adjust. Just clip it. It's just the best way. I worked that out when I was writing my book, I think it was, when my wrist was done.
Yeah.
Because I sewed so much.
Yeah, definitely.
And no one could sew for me because I was literally working it out as I went along for every pattern.
Yeah.
Right. So we've knotted it and we're going to start at one end. You guys might start at the opposite end because, which end are you right-handed?
I'm right-handed.
Which end would you start sewing from?
Same as you.
You would? Yeah. Some people have said they'll start at the other side and sew that way.
Yeah, no, I
more
would
left
sew,
to right.
Yeah, I would definitely sew from left to right.
Good, yeah.
Like writing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you just need to let you know, over a third of the stock of this version, the Portuguese tiles, month 2, is sold out. Pretty much the rest is sitting in baskets. You do need to check out. I know you're watching Jenny's demo, but don't miss out.
I am going to do some EPP workshops. They're going to be the most relaxed workshops ever.
Yeah, lovely.
Definitely. Right, so I've just got, you do not go through the card. You just pick up a couple of, is it threads from the fabric, would you say? Fibres from the fabric?
Yeah,
tiny bit, but
threads.
you can feel the card. You're not going to go through it. And if you do feel like your needle just will butt against it, so you just need to lift it slightly higher and get a few other threads. And you just want to move along a couple of millimetres. You don't want your stitches on top of each other, but you don't want them too spread out either, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I can never remember. People say how many stitches per half inch or whatever. I don't know. Never measured, never counted. Just don't think about it. I just do.
You can sort of, once you've done it once or twice, you kind of know, don't you?
Exactly. So you don't want them on top of each other because then it's going to, one, take you forever, but it's also going to cause a ridge.
Yeah.
So you don't want that. And you don't want them too spaced because then it's not that secure.
Right.
So I just literally move along maybe 3 millimetres. And then, it's the most relaxing thing ever.
Lovely.
I
Don't
love
forget, month 1 Portuguese towel version has sold out. We will get it back in stock, but for time being, for today, we can't. We won't be able to get it back for tomorrow either. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't go ahead and buy month 2, because we will definitely get month 1 back in stock next month. So you'll be able to top up. And you don't have to start with month 1. You can start on month 2 and then go back and fill in. Can't you, Jenny?
Oh, yeah. Cheryl and Hannah, who watch, they've got one each. There's mother and daughter. And they've got one each, and they're both making, and they're already on it.
Same version or different?
No, they've one of each version.
Oh,
yeah,
lovely.
so I think, I can't remember, I think Cheryl's doing the Portuguese and her daughter's doing the vintage tiles. Anyway, I've seen some photos, already a couple of blocks together. I
Well
love it.
done. Leslie's got in touch. She says, oh, my MG, I've just threaded my needle twice. First time using Jenny's tip. I'm going to be telling everyone now. Thank you, Jenny.
Yay. Do you know, honestly, so many people are put off hand sewing just because they struggle to thread a needle.
Sure.
And honestly, when you just get used to this technique, if your eyesight isn't great, you will get it. I do it at my workshops, my EPP workshops. I have everyone just, oh, Jen. Because if you use a really big-eyed needle, you'll actually find that your stitching shows more.
Right.
And thicker thread. There's loads of different factors.
So you want quite a small needle. What's
You
the
do. So I
size you
use a milliner's size 11 all the time without fail.
Okay,
That's
so
my
nice
go-to.
sharp,
tiny-eyed needle. And, you know, in my EPP workshops that I've taught in the past, I've literally had a spare pack of needles with me to make everyone give it a try. So I've just had everyone sat around the table threading needles. There we go. So I've nearly got to the end. I have started to space my stitches out more, just purely so it's quicker to get across to show you guys how to finish off your shape.
Right.
If you were adding a shape next to it, which you are actually, so technically you could either wrap your thread around the needle a couple of times, thread it off, and cut it off. But actually, what's going to be better for this demo is when I open this up, I want to add this shape next. So, no. Oh, dear.
Wrong side.
No, it's the right side, but I'm halfway down, aren't I? Let me just knot it off. I've literally popped that needle through the through some fabric, wrapped it around a couple of times, out it goes. And I always take a stitch back. You don't do this. You don't need to do this.
What were you going to say, though? You were going to leave the thread attached?
I was going to leave the thread attached and add the next shape.
Right.
Because I always do that if possible.
Yep.
Because why knot it off if you can add your next shape?
Right.
But I finished here, and this shape starts at the very top. So that is the next shape you want to add. You're going to do right sides together and sew along. I've already made this one. You could actually add this to this side first. It's really up to you. And then if you add this shape next, then you can add those. Because next to this shape, you're also going to add your little triangle.
There it is.
So leave dog ears. Don't cut them off.
Don't cut them off. Why not? Because a lot of people would be tempted to trim those down.
Because if you cut them too close, you're going to end up with holes in your fabric. They're not going to show at the end of the day. If you've ended up with a big dog ear, you can trim it. But I would say, if you've got a dog ear like this, let's come in so I can show you. Never go there.
No.
I would only ever say trim that much off. So you've still got a good, you know, that's about a quarter of an inch, maybe a little bit less. Never go.
But it's not really
It's not worth it.
at
But it's
all.
not, because they'll all, you know, when you sew the blocks together, they all just slot in.
Fabulous. Thank you, Jenny. That was a wonderful masterclass in EPP.
Well, thank you.
Now, let's just recap. We're going to start with the Portuguese tile version, the colourway, and this is month 2. So if I show you on the quilt, this is block 4, block 5, and block 6. And this is all done in that Portuguese tile colourway, these gorgeous sea greens and blues and golds. I've got fewer than 20 left. You do need to check out your baskets, please, folks. All your fabric, all your pattern, and your EPP shapes already cut for you. You're making 3 blocks, remember? And here they are. It's tile 4, tile 5 and tile 6. All of your EPP shapes are sorted for you, ready, so you don't even have to sort them out. Thank you, Jenny's dad. You get your month-specific instructions, so you're not just getting generic instructions for any old month. It shows you how to make those 3 specific tiles that you're going to make next. And then you also get your printed panel. Now, your printed panel has all the fabric and more that you'll need to create those 3 tiles. Save any leftovers, use them to make some extra blocks, have fun with them, use them in a scrap project. There's extra. It's always good to know there's extra. $29.99. If you missed out on month 1, but you still want to get involved, get month 2 today. And then next month, we'll restock month 1 and you can get it then. You do not have to stitch these in order. They don't go in like an order of skills or...
Not at all, and they're all 8-inch squares. So if you don't want to put them in the order I've sewn them together, they'll all fit together at the end. So you can just mix and match. But now I really want to go to Portugal and sit by a pool sewing one.
I think you should.
That would be the dream.
I think you should.
I love hand sewing by a pool.
Lovely. Yeah.
So good.
So portable. Now, we've also got a second colourway. That's the one that's been hanging behind Jenny for the last hour. It's the vintage floral. I think it's got a really gorgeous summery vibe. You get the same instructions, but even within those instructions, you've got both colourways shown pictorially at every stage, including the final block. So you know exactly which fabrics to use where. Now, this is the fabric panel you get. You can see it's got a kind of almost 30s, 40s vibe. You've got those vintage style fabrics. Exactly what you need and a bit extra. Less than 10 left. When everyone has checked out their baskets, do remember to check out your baskets. You get your EPP shapes, your pattern and your fabric for your next 3 tiles, 4, 5 and 6. $29.99. Gorgeous. Now, coming up in the next hour, I'm joined by Amber Elizabeth. We had a fantastic chat this morning about her background. I'm really interested to spend the next hour with her. And in this hour, we're going to be working on a beautiful trousers. They are so gorgeous. Did you see Jenny Jackson wearing them earlier?
They're so comfy.
So comfy, so
comfy.
flattering.
I feel like I got bombarded with that one.
But, I mean...
I know.
just beautiful. Hello.
Can you tell the awkward
Now, you know that holiday in Portugal? I think we've just found your perfect summer wardrobe. All right, those are the Ploen Trousers. Coming up after the break with Amber Elizabeth. Do not go anywhere.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Slip stitch is a hand sewing technique that's brilliant for closing turning gaps if you're leaving them in the bottom of a bag, but also sewing one piece of fabric to another, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So I've got a piece of fabric here that I've sewn together, and then I've left a gap for the turning gap. So you can close this by machine, but I think if you do it by hand, you get a neater finish. So to do this, thread a sharps needle with some sewing thread and bring your needle out just a little bit along the seam. It makes it a bit secure. Leave an end on the right side, and you can just hold that down with your thumb. That stops it coming undone. And then work 2 or 3 small stitches on top of each other just to secure the thread. You can cut that off later. Now thread your needle under the fold of the fabric and out the other side. Then on this side, if you hold the 2 pieces of fabric together so the folded edges are level, push your needle just under the fold so you can see it's not coming into the front or back, just out the fold, and then into the fabric on the other side. Now take a vertical stitch going from one piece of fabric to the other and bring it out, and then back under the fold of the fabric so that all you're getting on the right side are these little vertical stitches. So this is why slip stitch is also known as ladder stitch, because you've got the long stitches that go under the fold that are the uprights of the ladder, and then you've got these vertical stitches that go from one to the other that are the rungs of the ladder. So all you need to do is continue working in this way all the way along. If you then pull that thread, that closes the gap, and to finish, again, just work a few small stitches, 2 or 3 on top of each other, just to secure the end of the thread. And that's how to work slip stitch.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click gift cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
I'm excited about this hour because I get to meet a new guest for me, but also we get to do fabulous dressmaking with a beautiful pattern. Let me start by saying good morning and welcome to the show, Amber Elizabeth.
Hi, Stuart.
It's so cool to have you on the show.
It's great to work with you, first time.
Yeah, and we've already enjoyed a chat. I certainly enjoyed our chat, and I'm looking forward to doing the hours with you today. We've got the Ploen Pattern trousers, the Tyra Trousers. It's back in stock. And the first thing I want to say is I am super impressed with the size range that we've got available. So the pattern comes in 2 size options, and we've got everything from size 4 to size 34. Is ace. To start with, the first size option, now it's a European 32 to 50. That equates to a UK size 4 up to a size 22, okay? So if you're anywhere between a size 4 and a 22, excuse me, we've got the size charts. If you want a quick reference, grab your phone, snap. I mean, our fabric bundles are to make the largest size anyway, but this is a good reference if you're buying other fabrics. So take a quick snap and then you've got the fabric requirements and the sizes. This is the first pattern, which is a 32 to a 50. That's a UK 4 to a UK 22, and the price is £23.99. Details are on the screen for that. Now I've got a second pattern. that's the one we've had before, but, you know, a great size range, but even better today. So the second size option is a size 16 to a size 34. These are UK sizes. European 44 to 62, but I think that's a fantastic range of sizes now. We listened to feedback and we've managed to get this pattern in stock. So this is the UK 16 to a 34, okay? And the other thing that I would say about the trousers are they're wide-legged, there's a culotte or a full-length view, and they're an elasticated waist. So this is nice, relaxed, easy fit, isn't it, Amber?
And it's got some great pockets, really simple to construct, which I'll show you today.
Really, really big trend on the high street as well, these wider leg trousers. Super lightweight, easy to wear, easy to make. Great for travelling too.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, this could be your wardrobe for summer and beyond. Now, so this size that we've got currently on screen is a European 44 to 62. That equates to UK size 16 to a 34. Now, there is a bit of overlap between the patterns. If you go for the first range of sizes, this is the one that we've had in stock before. This is our other, sold out previously. This is European 32 to 50. That's a UK size 4 up to a 22. Now, Amber, is there any difference if, say, for example, I'm a size 18 or a 20, they appear on both patterns.
Yep.
Which one should I go for? The smaller range of sizes or the larger range?
To be honest, I don't think it really
There's
matters.
no difference.
No,
Fine.
not at all.
Great.
They're wide leg, the waist is adjustable, so it doesn't really matter, to be honest.
Perfect. I suppose I know me, my weight goes up and down. It seems to just go up at the moment. But I sort of know where I hover between. So if you hover between sizes sometimes, or your weight can fluctuate, then try and get a pattern which covers sort of your range. I have a range of different sizes I need to wear. So love that we've got two options. All right, this is, I mean, they've put it as 2 spots out of 5.
Very, very simple. I think it's great for a beginner project.
Great.
Even to work through it alone.
Yeah.
Brilliant, brilliant pattern. Really easy to follow, simple processes. So.
Music to my ears. Music to my ears. If you're a beginner dressmaker, you might not have dressmade ever before. Am I right? No zips?
No zip.
Buttonholes?
No buttonholes.
No.
No.
No. Fly?
No.
No.
Straight stitching pretty much.
Awesome. Great. Love it. Is this something that with a bit of experience I could be making in a day? Or
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
Great.
Whiz it out in a couple of hours.
Ace. Main graphic, that is this side. This is the UK 4 to 22. And then this graphic on this side, this is my range from size 16 UK to size 34. So we'll keep them both on screen for a moment. Now, there is a bit of a queue on the phone lines. Apologies. It's a free phone number. The guys are in the building with us, and they are lovely. They'll get to you ASAP. Over half the stock of the 4 to 22 is already gone. Well done if you've got yours. But also lots of interest in the 16 to 34. You ask, and where we can, we will deliver. We always try our best. Right, that's the Ploen. And I love the fact as well, Amber, that we've got a culotte and a full length palazzo.
Yeah, definitely. Whichever one suits you. Summer, go cropped. Autumn, heavier fabric, go longer. Brilliant.
Can I ask, just in terms of roughly, where are those culottes going to fall?
I think maybe like mid-calf there.
Mid-calf?
Yeah.
Mid-calf.
I guess it depends on your height. I'm a shortie.
I was going to say, perhaps if you're petite, that could be your full length, more or less.
But I mean, it's fully adjustable. Yeah. Literally, just shorten it to whichever length suits you.
We've got lengthen and shorten lines.
It doesn't, but you could quite easily just pin it in place, look at yourself in the mirror. If you're happy, go ahead and shorten it all the way around.
When we look at maybe the trouser leg pieces, would you just give us a rough idea where you might lengthen and shorten? Or are they completely straight?
I can show you right now.
Oh, brilliant. That'd be ace.
So you can see here, if I put it this way, there's straight, completely straight.
Ah.
So it's not going to make any difference if you shorten it here or here. Of course, if it tapered in, then yes, I understand. But it's completely straight, so it's fine.
Ace. So you could literally just chop a bit off the bottom.
Literally.
Or add a bit.
And it won't affect the main trouser.
Ace. See, such an easy, beginner-friendly pattern to make. And you're going to wear them again and again and again. The fabrics that we've got on the out are beautiful. And they're the kind of fabrics that drape really nicely, that won't cling, that just skim, which I think is very flattering and easy to wear. But these are also pretty easy fabrics to sew, aren't they?
Yeah, really good handle.
We've had huge interest in the fabric that you made your original sample from,
beautiful.
Amber.
I really, really love this one.
It's gorgeous, and I think they look smashing on Jenny.
They did, yeah.
This bundle of fabric, over half is gone. This is a digital print on 100% viscose, which is a really lovely light fabric, but very easy to sew. And look, not at all see-through, okay? Love that, it's beautiful. The bundle is 2.5 meters, and that's enough to make the largest size in the longest length, I think.
Yep, it is.
Yeah, it's lovely. I've got 2 bundles left. We're about to sell out. We have sold out now. We have sold out. That is gorgeous. That is such a lovely option. Now, Amber, you're going to be working with this bundle. This is also proved
I love it
incredible.
as well. Really, really beautiful.
It's kind of Monet water lilies.
Yeah. Wear it with white trainers, white top. It's really beautiful.
Oh, yeah, I like the idea of white trainers with this. Hannah's suggesting a straw hat. Yay or nay?
Yeah, I mean, holiday wear, yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Okay. You've indicated, Hannah. Oh, yes, an Aperol spritz with lunch. I'm sitting under a parasol. These aren't actually for me. They're for you. You're in Italy, Hannah. I'm here in Redditch. This is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I've got 4 bundles left. Oh, yeah, lots and lots of opportunities for matching lipstick and nails. Lovely. 2 bundles left. This is enough to make the largest size. 2 bundles left, and then it is gone. Such a great price. Under £20. Incredible. Right, that one, I'm going to call it a sellout. It is a sellout. That's gone. But I've got 2 more options in the floral. Go on. Okay. This is so pretty. This one is so pretty. This has a beautiful, soft kind of dove grey background. But again, it's this kind of watercolour. Look at how that just ripples and drapes. It's going to wear beautifully. You're never going to feel hot in this, are you?
It's nice and lightweight.
Yeah, yeah. $23.99. I can't guarantee you won't feel too hot in this. Obviously, you will never feel hot. Sorry. Yes. I suppose if you wore that. Once I was in the Sahara and the air conditioning went off, and I've never gone from cold to hot so fast. But there we are. Isn't that gorgeous? I have got 12 bundles left. It's $23.99. This is, again, a printed viscose. We've called it blue. I would say it's more of a smoky dove grey, but this beautiful floral print on it. It is gorgeous. Less than 10 bundles left now, and then that will be gone. If that's in your basket, and lots of you have that in your basket, do check out, please. Pretty. I've got one more patterned bundle. Now, this is a slightly different fabric. This is a mix, isn't it? A linen mix. Look at that print. This is a viscose, but 70% viscose and 30% linen. So, if you see, you've got a little bit more texture. It's slightly weightier, but look, here's the real benefit. It has the look and feel of linen, but it doesn't crease.
Brilliant.
Holiday trousers, wedding, I mean, you might not be making the Ploen trousers. You might be thinking, that 2.5 metres is just going in my stash, Stuart. Ready for something else.
It'd look really nice in a dress.
It would be a beautiful dress.
Looks very similar, doesn't it?
It is, actually. It's not dissimilar to what you've used for the Cuba Libre dress, but that is gorgeous. Would 2.5 metres be enough for the smaller sizes?
I'll have to double check that. Potentially.
Very, very stashable, this one. Gorgeous. $23.99, 30% linen, 70% viscose. Very, very stable. So when you're cutting and sewing, this is going to behave very, very nicely. Now, of course, we've also got some lovely solid fabrics to share as well. This is an Italian stretch crepe.
Okay.
The colours are divine. They're all kind of chalky, what I would call chalky colours. They have that subtleness and kind of that little bit of a crinkle. Still lovely and floaty and drapey, not going to skim. But that textured look to them means these can go in your bag, out and on. Look terrific. Fly 20 hours, you'll still come off looking great. So, composition-wise, 93% polyester, 7% spandex, got that little bit of give, and look at the price, it's not even £15.50. These could be lounge pants, this could be comfy to wear in the garden or in your office, walking trousers, yeah? Coffee with the girls. Sounds like fun, I want to come. That's a gorgeous cornflower blue too. Beautiful colour. I don't have many of these bundles left. 2.5 metres for £14.49 is outrageous. Outrageous value, and everyone pays £14.49. That's the cornflower blue, really soft, as I say, kind of chalky colour. Gorgeous. Right, next up I've got moss. Or like a khaki. This is a trendy colour. Yeah. Again, this is a lovely one to mix with maybe tan, with white.
Yeah.
Again, it's a real kind of like holiday staple, this one.
Yeah.
Very smart. £14.49 again. This is Italian stretch crepe. It's not a super stretchy fabric, by the way. Please don't think that this is going to be, you know, really difficult to work with. It's not like a jersey or a t-shirt fabric. It's got give. It's what I would call give. Just a little stretch. This, I mean, I don't think this would work for stretch.
No.
Patterns.
It hasn't got enough stretch in it for that.
No. So just that bit of stretch in it is enough give that it's going to stay comfortable. And if you're sitting and standing and moving around a lot, this is going to work with you. This is the moss. I think, yeah, summer work trousers, really good. Really good. Or, you know, shell top, camisole, you know, any of these separates would work really, really well. That's the moss colourway. 2 more colourways to go through. Shall I pick? Blush. Hannah said blush in her head and forgot to say it out loud. With the power of my mind, I think Hannah wants me to go to the blush. I'm there. There we go. Oh, that's beautiful. If you've gone...
Okay.
I'm thinking if these are your colours, you might want to get one of... Well, for £14.49 to get an extra bundle, you're not going to make these trousers once. You're going to make them 120 times. Who knows? But they're going to be a popular make. They really are, and a quick make. That's gorgeous. That's the Italian stretch crepe again in blush. And then last colour, taupe. I did actually hear that voice then. Taupe. Or taupe? What do you say, Amber? Taupe or taupe?
Taupe.
Taupe.
Potato, potato.
Exactly. Just potato. But again, it's lightweight, but it's not see-through at all. Okay, so it's just a lovely fabric. I'm really impressed with these fabrics.
I really love the blue. I mean,
The blue
Yeah,
is
I think it's
divine.
gorgeous. Yeah.
I don't normally wear green, but that is such a good, they're all good colours.
Very wearable.
Very wearable, very wearable. Beautiful. All right, I want to just remind you of the size ranges of the Ploen trouser. Patricia, thank you for sending this message. It's a good one. It's an important one. Hi, lovelies. I'm late to the party. It's fine. Everyone's welcome. Could you tell me which pattern for a 4 foot, 11 inch, older woman, size 18? Age is not a part of the factor, but in terms of height, is there a better...
Go for the smaller pattern, and you may need to taper it in.
Okay.
So I'm 5'1.5". So on me, I'd have to shorten it. But if you're shorter, you may want to taper the leg in a little bit more. It might be too much.
Wide at the bottom.
Too wide, yeah. So you may need to just taper it in slightly, and it's very simple. You can just, where the seam allowance is 1 centimetre, you can just go in slightly wider as you go down.
And just go in gradually.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Because actually, like barrel shaped trousers are really in as well, aren't
Yeah, they are.
Almost lovely. I hope that helps. Thank you. Smaller size range. This is European 32 to 50. That is, so Carmel, this is for you. So UK sizes of the pattern, Carmel, yes. The 32 to 50, this is the option that we've got on screen now. That's a UK 4 up to a UK 24, okay? 22, I'm sorry. A UK 4 to a 22. All right, there is some crossover between the patterns. I would go with, I think we all fluctuate a little bit, so go with what you know. So this is a 4 to a 22. Oh, especially if you're going all-inclusive. Go for the bigger size. Thank heavens for elastic. Right, that's the 4 to 22 UK. And then the other range, now we didn't have this before, and you asked, and we've got it in stock. This is the European 44 to 62. That's a UK size 16 up to a 34. Now, so there is some crossover, but go with what, so if you know that sometimes you fluctuate, sometimes you need an 18, sometimes you need, I'd go for the larger size, and then you've got a range.
Yep.
If you want to have a look at the measurement chart, if you go onto the website and pick the product, click on more details, and you can get the measurement charts. It's the second image on both items. I think as well, if you sometimes make for you and sometimes make for mum or your sister or your girlfriend, then what size are you both? If you can get one pattern that has both sizes, happy days. Yeah. Right. Okay, that's the pattern. I've talked long enough, Amber.
So I'm going to demonstrate the pocket today, but I thought one thing I will say, the construction for both patterns are exactly the same, bar one area, and that's the waistband. Okay. So if you do get the larger size, the only difference is the waistband piece is cut 2. As opposed to cut one. But apart from that, the construction is exactly the same. So
Jean's asked a very important question, Amber. Can I ask, do these trousers have pockets?
Yes, of course they do. So this is one which I've half made up. So you can see here the pockets is just at the side. So it's slightly disguised because of the print, but yes, definitely has pockets.
And could you add, she also asked, could you add patch pockets, and would that be quite easy?
Yeah, you could put it on the back. You can just draw your square pattern piece and place it at the back where you wish to. Yeah, quite simple to do that.
Easy to do, thanks.
Okay, so constructing the pocket. So you'll have your front piece, which is this one here. You'll know it's the front.
Just pushing up the table ever so slightly. Thanks ever so much, Amber. Thank you.
So this is your front piece because it's got the slant, and this is the one that we're going to be working with first. So I'll just put that aside. Now, the slant is at a slight bias. Then if you overhandle it, it might stretch. So the pattern does recommend just using a strip of interfacing on the inside. just along the pocket edge.
It's like a lightweight fusible?
Yeah, lightweight fusible is fine. You would cut it about 1.5 centimetres wide and just iron on, and it's as simple as that. So I'm just going to quickly do that there. So I have just literally cut this to size. So this will just give it a little bit more stability. It'll give a nice crisp finish once you've sewn and folded it back.
Is that more reliable than stay stitching or something like that?
I would prefer interfacing to stay stitch personally. But you
Nice.
could do a stay stitch if you didn't have the interfacing. You get the same result. You're holding it in place and it's not going to overstretch. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to place the right side of the pocket bag to the right side of the front piece along the slant, like so. And then I'm going to sew it 1 centimetre seam allowance from top to bottom. So to be honest, this is probably the hardest thing to do on this pattern. It's very, very simple. And I mean, it's not even that difficult.
No. Right.
So you can see how simple it is for like a first project. It's really ideal. So,
Love that. Easy enough for a complete beginner.
Easy enough for a complete beginner. I mean,
although you was telling me earlier on, your sewing experience has been like from birth.
Almost.
4th generation seamstress.
Yeah, started at 8, so it's quite young. I didn't actually start straight away with dressmaking. I started off with like embroidery, cross stitch.
Lovely.
So the primary school that I went to, they had like a cross stitch club.
I want to be at that primary school.
So that's where I went. So started off just really basic. I've actually still got one of my favourite pieces is just the initial A on the Ada.
Okay.
And I didn't know then anything about colours, but I picked a purple and a yellow, and they're
Very
obviously
nice. Complementary colours.
Yes, exactly. So I always had it. And I did a little bit of crochet, and I don't know, I didn't really get on with it, to be honest. And then I went into cross stitch. I also did card making. And I also did the dressmaking on the side, and then I guess it just became more of a thing that stuck. So,
and
yeah.
what was it about dressmaking that particularly kind of lit your fire?
Well, my mum sews.
Okay.
So growing up, you know, myself and my sister would
You had
always...
no choice.
Pretty much. Yeah, so, you know, I would see her sew. I would obviously have my dresses made. There was a local shop that used to sell the same fabric as summer dresses at school.
Okay.
So everyone would have their shop bought dresses, and my mum would sew mine. So I'd have strawberry buttons, I'd have bows, I'd have pockets, I'd have lace, and I always got so many compliments of my dress.
That's lovely.
And I think that stuck with me, and that's why I became more conscious of what I'm wearing and clothes in general.
Because I mean, not everybody who had, you know, their mum made clothes for them when they were children has a good experience.
No,
with that.
they
Sometimes
don't.
it can be a bit of a stigma.
Yeah.
But yours was, you were wearing this kind of beautified version that
Yeah.
everybody else wished they had.
And I like the whole idea of being unique because nobody else had what I had.
For sure.
So, yeah, I guess that's what triggered it. And then I just kept going, really.
Fabulous.
So,
and you won our Search for a Sewing Star.
I did. It was my mum who pretty much was like, Amber, you need to apply.
Oh, that's cute.
So, yeah, it was good fun.
So is your mum watching this morning?
So she usually likes to tag along. She likes to get out of the house and come and support, but she didn't come today, but she's hopefully watching.
Yeah, definitely. Morning.
So I've just to give a recap because I've been talking. So I've sewn the pocket bag to the main trouser and I've ironed it and I've ironed the seam allowance so it's nice and flat. And I'm just going to fold it back and I'm going to press it again. Now, if you wanted to do something like understitching, so understitching is an extra stitch which allows the pocket bag to sit towards the inside of the pocket, so it doesn't poke through to the front. You can. It's not a necessity. As long as you've given it a good press, it should sit nicely in place without shifting.
These trousers have lovely clean lines, don't they?
Definitely clean.
Kate from Merseyside's messaged in for you, Amber. She says, it's fab to see Amber again. I love her demos. She's so calm and makes everything look achievable.
It's funny because my students are like, you're so calm. And I'm like, but I'm screaming inside. It's like, I guess I'm getting used to it now. I've done a couple of shows, but the first few shows, I was literally like, oh my gosh, so nervous. But yeah, no, I'm definitely getting more used to it now.
Cool. I mean, in so many ways, you're in your comfort zone, but then you throw in lights and cameras.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I've got the back of the pocket and I'm just gonna line it on top so it matches with the front pocket bag. You can see it's a nice smooth curve. So I'm gonna pin these two together and then I'm gonna sew them to secure the pocket bag.
And don't be alarmed about the fact that one side of it doesn't match up with anything. It's kind of free floating.
Yes, it is.
It's just the back that matches. It's such beautiful fabric, isn't it?
Yes, and it doesn't really fray that much. If you don't have an overlocker, the zigzag should suffice.
Now, Tanya from Nottinghamshire's asked a very pertinent question.
Yep.
Should you use a walking foot for viscose? I'm an absolute beginner here.
I mean, you could try it. I always tell my students that before you start a project, just do your tests first. So get a bit of scrap, test your needle, test your tension. If you want to test the different feet, go ahead, and then just whatever you feel most comfortable with, go with it.
What do you think would be the benefit of using a walking foot if you were to use it?
Well, if you find it a little bit too slippy or hard to control, or you find it's moving around a lot, then yeah, go for it. But yeah, just whatever's most comfortable.
But I mean, I noticed that you're pinning every couple of inches, and that should hold everything together really.
Yes, I mean, I do this out of habit because obviously I teach. I don't, I mean, it's good to baste it if you're a baster. That will help to keep everything in position if pins, you know, you don't like to pin so much. Some people are more pins, others are more clips.
Yeah.
But yeah, a couple of pins, evenly spaced out, will hold it in place. So I'll just quickly sew that.
Yeah, it's cool to pin, kids. I've never got on using clips for dressmaking.
No, I feel like I'm old school, like the rotary cutter, I can't do it.
No, me neither.
I can't do it.
Makes me wince.
Yeah.
Pin, tack, sew, it's a mantra for a reason.
I mean, baste, if I'm making something for a special occasion, then I'll baste it. If it's, but I'm old school.
I've said this a few times, Amber, but I stand by. I think Sewing Bee has done a lot to encourage people to dressmake, but it's also given a lot of people the idea that you should make a dress in 4 hours, and if you're not, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And also that kind of rushing things like laying out your pattern pieces, not pinning, I mean, you're not under time constraints at home, so don't copy the Sewing Bee. You know, and don't feel under pressure to do it. I think people feel under pressure and you don't need to.
Yeah.
Take time.
I have to agree with that because I get a lot of newbies join my class and they bring the most complex pattern and I'm like, start small, start simple.
Start with these trousers.
Yeah,
This would be a
definitely.
great project.
So yeah, okay, so I'll just show from the back first so you can see the progress. So I have sewn the two pocket bags together, so you can see that this side here is the side seam and it's free flowing. And if I flick it towards the front, you can see you've got that pocket shape starting to take place.
Yeah.
Okay, so next, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to anchor this top area here and the side here. So you can either pin it in place or baste it in place, or even just do a stitch along the top, about 5 millimeters in, just to hold it in place so it's not going to shift. Because what we're going to do is we're going to sew the side seams.
Okay.
Later on, we will sew across there when we add the waistband, so it's good to anchor it so
You
it
can
doesn't
baste
shift.
it if you want. By machine or hand?
Either or, yeah.
Just need to let you know, by the way, the pattern, the Ploen pattern for the Tyra trousers in size 32 to 50, that's the 4 to 22, is in real danger. There are way more in baskets than we have available. There's over 50 of you with it in your basket, and I've got about 20 patterns left. So clearly not enough. Now, if some of you have got crossover in terms of your sizing. If that pattern sells out, then the other size might work for you still. But I just think if there's a very particular reason why you've gone for the 32 to 50, the 4 to 22, please check out now. The other size range I'll just give you now, this is 44 to 62, that's UK, 16 to 34. Over half the stock has gone. Huge amount of the remaining stock's in basket, so do please check out. These are very stylish, very smart, but they're also, you know, a style and a you know, a few steps away from simple pajama bottoms, which is the most absolute beginner dressmaking thing you could make. But these are super stylish. You could wear these to a wedding or the office. I think this is ace. Yeah, so many beginner makes look like beginner makes.
Yeah.
Don't they?
Yeah.
No one goes to a dressmaking class because they're desperate to make a calico apron. Am I right?
You're right.
You know, or you know, so having a pattern that is totally beginner friendly and inclusive, and a pattern sizes that are inclusive as well, I love. Yeah, go for it.
And it's a very classic style. You can wear it year after year. It's not one of these things where it's like, oh, it's in fashion and then it's not. It will always be in, you know, a stylish piece to have because it's such a classic shape. Okay, so I have just pinned the back trouser leg to the front down the side seam, and I will be sandwiching this area of the pocket bag in between the back leg to hold it in place. Once we've sewn it down, basically the half a leg is almost done. So you can see how quickly it comes together, and it's really, really simple. So.
These are a quick make once you are knowing what I mean, I think the thing to spend your time on is, excuse me, I beg your pardon, is reading the pattern and understanding it.
Yeah.
Isn't it? And then things like laying out your pattern pieces.
I am very passionate about teaching the fundamentals.
Good.
So if you want whatever you're making to have that real professional finish, you really have to put the work in and the care at the early stages. I mean, if you cut something wrong, it's not on the grain, doesn't matter how beautifully it's sewn, the end result is not going to be what you would want it to be. So take your time with the, you know, the initial stages, the cutting, the laying your pattern pieces, all of that.
Yeah.
And by the end of it, always press as you go, and you'll always have a beautiful finished garment at the end.
Such good advice. Susan wants a little bit of advice as well, please, Amber. She says, what needle would you use with viscose, please?
So I usually say 80 standard. You could try a 75. So 75.
So that's the size of the needle.
The size of the needle.
Quite
universal, yeah, universal. So it's quite lightweight.
Yep.
You don't want to leave big puncture marks by having, you know, a higher needle. So try a 75, 80, but 80 is generally standard. And that's universal. And
a universal needle, so one that just has a sharp, slim point.
Yeah.
So you don't need ballpoint, you don't need any fancy needles. Universal are good. Have a look actually on our website, thank you, Michael, to see if we've got any of our boxes of 100. I think there are 70 or a 75. 70 would be okay for this.
I think so, yeah.
If not, get a mixed pack. You just don't want really heavy ones. Excuse me. Now, don't forget, we've got some amazing value fabric bundles in this hour. We've got that beautiful Italian stretch fabric. It's got a give to it. It's not super stretchy. The blue has sold out. We've got the blossom, blush, I beg your pardon, blush taupe and moss. Those are available. The blue has sold out. But amazing value at $14.49 for the bundle. And then we've also got some lovely pattern viscose and also one which is a viscose linen mix. Again, very suitable, and the price is amazing. What stitch length do you use?
Depends on the machine. So my machine at home, maybe about 3. This one's only 2.5. So 2.5, 3 I usually recommend.
Great.
Okay, so I've just sewn the side seam. As you can see, the pocket's really starting to take shape.
Yeah.
So what I'll do next is I'll just sew the inner leg seam, and then I'm going to show how to do the crotch seam. Only because my students, they recommended I show it because they kind of get confused when you put one leg inside the other. So
I'm with them. The first
You're
time
with
I had
them,
to do
yeah?
that, it blew my mind.
Yeah, okay. So I'll quickly sew down the inside leg, and then I'll show you that if I have time.
So how often do you teach classes and students? Because you teach a lot, don't you?
So I still have my full-time job, and then I teach 3 evenings a week, and then if somebody books a one-to-one, I might do a weekend.
Great.
So very busy, but it doesn't feel busy because I love what I do.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, fantastic. I suppose as well, you get so used to those fundamental questions that everybody asks.
Yeah.
The same questions, and they're never silly questions or stupid questions.
I always say that. Nothing, when you're learning, nothing is ever a silly question. One question could lead to something else and to something else, and then you end up learning loads more than what you first anticipated. So.
Yeah. I think the hardest questions sometimes, or the times, are when you've been doing it for a while, but there might be something really fundamental that you never got. And then it can feel like, I'm the only person in the world that didn't get that.
Yeah.
And then you do feel intimidated about it, but never do. Your teacher will never think it's a stupid question.
No.
And actually there could well be other people in your class or in your group
Yeah.
that are like, thank goodness you asked that question. I wanted to, but didn't dare.
Yeah, my classes in general, it's about 8 to 9 people, and it's everyone talks to everybody. Everyone can, let's say I'm teaching one person something and the person next to them is intrigued, they can come in and watch. So it's very interactive. Yeah, you learn from each other. So.
Yeah, you do. And so if anybody does want to come along to your class, I'd like to come along to a class. It sounds like a hoot. Whereabouts do you teach?
So I teach locally in Bedford. I'm based in 2 different locations. They are really booked up.
Okay.
The waiting list is very long. However,
love that.
Because so many people want to get to my classes or learn from me, I've reintroduced something called So Social. So I launched it just over a year ago, and then I had to pause a little bit, but I'm bringing it back. And it's basically an all-day sewing event. You can bring whatever project you're working on. You come along, you socialise. I'm there to help you if you need the help. At the same time, I do have a session for complete beginners, and I will be guiding them on a workshop. So it'll be like a tote bag for the first.
So what are your socials? How do we find you?
So if you go to my website, www.thesewistandco.com. On the front homepage, you'll see So Social. You can just click on the link. It'll take you directly to the page with all the information, location, price, everything.
Thanks.
Everyone's welcome. It's not just for locals, but you can come along and sew with me and learn with me. So,
Yeah, sounds ace. Brilliant. So inner seam now. I always encourage people to get into and enjoy, make friends with every process.
Yep.
Because actually the sewing time is quite short on a project like this in comparison to layout, cutting out, prepping, understanding. But do whatever you need to do to enjoy the other parts of the process.
Okay. So the trouser leg is complete. Now I always press as I go, so all these, and finish as I go, so overlock. So all these seams would be pressed, it'd be overlocked, so it's nice and flat. Okay, so what we want to do now is we want to sew this crotch seam. And of course, if these were both right sides together, you'd look at it and you'd be like, how on earth do I get these matched up so the front is matched with the front? So what I always do, if I put this one here, is you put one of the legs inside the other, so it's right sides together, in order for you to join. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, so I'm going to
So
put...
you've got 2 completed legs there.
Two completed
one of them's
legs.
turned right side
One
out.
of them's turned, so this is, one of them's turns inside out, so you can see that the right side is there and the right side's on the outside.
Yep.
So now if I place this leg inside the other one, so this here is the front, because you can see that's where the pocket bag is. And that there is the front again, because you can see the pockets on the side. So what I can now do is match the front crotch seam with the other leg so that it's right sides together. So I will pin all along. So you're going to pin all the way from the front to the back, matching the crotch seam.
And that's just really one big gentle curve.
It is one big gentle curve, so nothing too complex.
So I see you've matched the top, you're matching the crotch seam.
So I always find, because I find a lot of beginners, they start sewing and then they run off it towards the end. So what I always do is I pin the end points and then I ease in between, so you don't really get that run off at the end. So the pattern does have some notches as well, so just make sure you match those up as you go, and everything will sit nicely at the end. So this is now the back seam.
Just while you pin that, Amber, can I ask you,
Yeah.
obviously we've got viscose and it's kind of lightweight fabrics.
Yep.
What other fabrics might we use for the Tyra trousers?
So cottons, you can do a nice lightweight, midweight denim. Linen, although it would crease, the linen blends is always a good thing to go for.
I love linen.
Yeah.
Can we do a lightweight denim?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. You can use your top stitch contrast thread for detail if you wanted
Very
to.
nice.
I mean, the pattern does say woven, so to be honest, most fabrics would work. Non-stretch would work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got a good drape to it.
Good drape, good handle. Even if it does have a little bit of the light stretch like the Italian fabric, it would still work, but nothing obviously jersey.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
No jersey.
Okay, so I'm just going to sew that seam now.
I've got to echo many of our viewer comments, Amber. You do make everything look very, very achievable and lovely. I'm watching and I'm thinking, I can do this. I want to make these. This is lovely. I get that. It all makes sense. Yeah.
Almost there. Okay.
Gail, I love this. She says, morning, I want to do these in velvet. Let's party, Gail. Do you think that would work well? I love that suggestion. What do you
I actually think it would. Not necessarily a velvet with a lot of stretch, but velvet would definitely work. Just make sure you cut all your pattern pieces in the right direction, because you don't want a light side and a dark side. So, yeah, no, I think it would work.
It's a great suggestion, Gail. It's great.
Nice.
What colour are we thinking? Classic black velvet. I like kind of clarity wine, burgundy.
Yeah, I love green velvet. That looked really nice. Yeah.
Or a gold.
Yeah.
Or a mustardy gold.
I guess you could really turn these into like an evening trouser as well. It's very, very versatile.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've just turned the trousers through to the right side and ta-da.
There we go, pair of trousers
Yeah,
basically.
pair of trousers with your side pockets. And the only two areas that's left, it's just the hem and the waistband.
Yep.
So do I have time for the waistband?
Well, I reckon if you get your bits and bobs ready, can I just do a quick recap?
You
Amber?
can.
And then, yeah, let's do that. I'm only going to mention the larger sizes because the smaller size range is about to sell out. But we've still got, now this is the UK 16 to 34, thank you. Size 16 to 34. And this is the largest range. This is a larger range than the 4 to 22. So you've actually got more sizes here. You've got your 16, your 18, your 20 and so on. So I think this is a really good one to go for. You also remember get the culotte length and the palazzo. But as Amber said right at the start of the hour, the legs are straight. So if you want to lengthen or shorten, if you're particularly tall or petite, easily done. Gail says velvet is going to be bright pink.
Oh.
Hello. Love it. Hannah says you're a lady after her own heart. Love that. Love that. Yeah, so details are on screen, $23.99. Fabulous pattern. A fabulous pattern. Been so impressed with this. So in terms of the waistband, Amber.
Okay, so this is the bit which slightly differs between the standard size and the larger size. So this is one pattern piece, which if I open it up, I've just sewn together down one side and pressed it open. Now, if you're purchasing the larger size pattern, it'll be two rectangular pieces, which you sew together at the sides to create the one panel piece, which will go around the waistband.
Gotcha.
So I've sewn down the sides, it's been folded in half and pressed to create the band shape. So the seam can go towards the centre back. So you would match it with a centre back seam, like so. And you're going to pin all the way round and you'll attach the band sewing all the way round. But you'll leave maybe about 8 centimetres or maybe a bit smaller, just so you can thread your elastic through.
Oh, perfect.
So you would thread your elastic through, you'd close at that gap, and then the elastic would be completely fitted.
Great.
To avoid the elastic rolling round while you're wearing it, you would just anchor it up by sewing. Actually, where's my trousers?
Grab
Be careful
those.
I don't fall off the panel. So you can just sew down the sides to anchor in the elastic, so when you wear it, it doesn't twist. So you've got this centre back seam. You can just do almost like a stitch in the ditch through the elastic, and it will just, when you're wearing it, the elastic's not going to roll. It'll just sit nice and flat in place.
Perfect.
And that's how you would finish off your waistband.
Super easy. And the bottom hem?
So the bottom hem is very simple. It's just a 1 centimetre seam. So you fold it under, press, fold it under again, and then you do a nice neat stitch. And that's it.
Awesome.
So brilliant pattern, really simple.
Yeah. I mean, nothing difficult there. I think incredibly achievable. And I just want to say massive thumbs up to Amber for amazing demos, and also to Jenny for amazing modelling earlier on, because they do look amazing on you. They do. Yeah, I think you should. I think they're gorgeous. That model was such a diva, such a diva. She's like, is it over now? Oh, no, but brilliant. Thank you so much. That was ace. We've only got these 3 fabrics left. I'm amazed, actually, that we've got any of the fabrics left, but we've got the linen viscose mix. This is 30% linen and 70% viscose, which is natural fibre, isn't it, at the end of the day? Beautiful. And you've got these kind of very painterly flowers, almost like ranunculus, gorgeous. 2.5 metre bundle for $23.99, enough to make the largest size. So that's one option still available. We've also got the 2 Italian mix. These are such affordable fabrics. Should we go with blush? Let's go with blush. I'm amazed there's any of this left. I think it's a gorgeous colour. I've got single figures left. 2.5 meters. This will sell out very shortly. And I love the fact that it's got that little bit of texture because it's easy to wear. There's not a lot of stretch. I would really refer to this as give. It's that little bit of give that way, a little bit of give that way, but that's it, yeah. 93% polyester and 7% spandex. And then, last of all, we've got the taupe. We've got the taupe, which again I think is just a really beautiful classic colour. It's warm, it's elegant, it's a lovely neutral. And I think for garments, you know, this as a neutral is very flattering. $14.49. Now, Amber, we get another hour of your expertise. In an hour's time,
Yep.
This is the gorgeous Cuba Libre dress.
It is. So yeah, intermediate I'd say, or advanced beginner. Yeah, you'll just have to tune in and watch.
Yeah, we'll do that, no problem. Okay, thanks, Amber. I also want to mention, before we go to break, the next hour is with Jenny Jackson. She's finished modelling. She's now back in FPP mode. And we're going to be doing the alphabet, brand new pattern. It's a must-have. Check this out during the break, won't you? And also the incredible sewing machine, again, done with foundation paper piecing. Jenny's a tour de force in the world of foundation piecing. She's going to show us how. So check out your basket and sit back and relax.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Slip stitch is a hand sewing technique that's brilliant for closing turning gaps if you're leaving them in the bottom of a bag, but also sewing one piece of fabric to another, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So I've got a piece of fabric here that I've sewn together, and then I've left a gap for the turning gap. So that you can close this by machine, but I think if you do it by hand, you get a neater finish. So to do this, thread a sharps needle with some sewing thread and bring your needle out just a little bit along the seam. It makes it a bit secure. Leave an end on the right side, and you can just hold that down with your thumb. That stops it coming undone. And then work 2 or 3 small stitches on top of each other just to secure the thread. You can cut that off later. Now thread your needle under the fold of the fabric and out the other side. Then on this side, if you hold the 2 pieces of fabric together so the folded edges are level, push your needle just under the fold so you can see it's not coming into the front or back, just have the fold, and then into the fabric on the other side. Now take a vertical stitch going from one piece of fabric to the other and bring it out, and then back under the fold of the fabric so that all you're getting on the right side are these little vertical stitches. So this is why slip stitch is also known as ladder stitch, because you've got the long stitches that go under the fold that are the uprights of the ladder, and then you've got these vertical stitches that go from one to the other that are the rungs of the ladder. So all you need to do is continue working in this way all the way along. If you then pull that thread, that closes the gap, and to finish, again, just work a few small stitches, 2 or 3 on top of each other, just to secure the end of the thread. And that's how to work slip stitch.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know. Apparently, what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram, on the Sewing Street pages. We're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
It's time, it's time. I've been excited about this all morning. Let's talk alphabet. Miss Jackson, what have you done to us? Well done, everybody that's already checked out their baskets. Now, this is instructions on their own, physical. Okay, I'm going to keep this here. Your alphabet is 4 inches tall. It is foundation paper pieced. You've got the entire 26 letters plus exclamation mark and apostrophe. It would be very, very easy to do a full stop as well, using just the lower part of the foundation. You have got all 26 letters. The process is described. You've got every single one of your foundations in your pattern, okay? And I just think the possibilities are just about endless, because as soon as you've got letters, you've got words, and when you've got words, you can really say something in your quilt making, your bag making, your cushions, your throws. This is a go-to. I want this pattern, and I can design my own patterns, but I know the amount of hard work that you've put into this, and it must have taken you weeks and weeks.
It was exhausting.
Yes. So you've done the work. So why would you just get the pattern? Honestly, brilliant. Now you do get a serving suggestion within the pattern, which is to make this wall hanging, which says sewing mends the soul. But this is an added extra. The pattern really is your alphabet. This is a resource. It's that kind of teach a person to fish and they can feed themselves for the rest of their lives.
Yes.
Over 100 have already gone. We're 2 minutes into the show. It's been very, very busy. This is physical pattern for £9.99. Now, I can't do the maths of £9.99 divided by 28. Divided by 28, because you've got the apostrophe and the 35 pence per pattern.
Per letter?
Per letter.
Oh, per pattern.
Per
yeah,
pattern,
yeah,
you
per
know.
pattern. It was per pattern.
There's 28 patterns in this.
I know. I know.
Yeah.
Didn't think about that when I suggested it.
Well, I mean, absolutely amazing value. And something I hope we might be able to add to over time.
Oh, yeah, why not?
Why not? There we go. Right, so, well, good. Brilliant. And doesn't this look good? Done in the solids. Really beautiful. Absolutely fantastic. So that's the physical pattern. We've also got a digital version available. Now, Liz bought this and downloaded the alphabet this morning at about 8:10.
Brilliant.
Right, yeah. So Liz, there you go, 8:15. I've downloaded the alphabet pattern. I'm printing now. Now, Liz, no pressure, but have you already had a go at one of the letters yet?
How many letters
if you
have
have,
you
send a picture. What have you said? Brilliant. So this is the digital. Now, the way the digital downloads work is this. We go through to the website. Let's do it. www.sewingstreet.com. Watch live, and then you'll be able to click on Jenny Jackson, FFP, alphabet wall hanging. And instead of add to basket, it'll say purchase. Now, if it doesn't say that, if it says add to basket, then you're on the details for the physical pattern. So you'll click on purchase. Don't press on it multiple times. Press it once. And then it will take you through to pay for the pattern. And you pay for it straight away, and it will be added to your account straight away. It will be available straight away. And you'll be able to print off the pattern pieces. And as well, you can print off just the bits that you want.
Well, this is it. If there's certain letters that you want, you can just say print page, whatever, this many times and stuff like that. So it is handy having it downloaded.
I said earlier
you can also then shrink it.
Yeah.
Well, you don't need to have them at 4 inch. You can make them larger.
That's a really good point.
And if you've got the physical pattern, you can go and, most places that have photocopiers enlarge and make smaller, and then you can just do it to fit whatever you want. You could have two massive initials on a wedding quilt.
Be lovely.
Or, you know, all, this is endless, isn't it?
Yeah,
really,
it is.
It literally is. You could do all sorts.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. And if, for example, you or your niece or your godson or your granddaughter has got an unusually spelled name, or it's one that doesn't pop up very often in personalisation, well, you can do exactly the correct spelling and just so. It's terrific. Now, if you're just buying the digital download, remember there won't be any postage. I know it says it on the details. We can't remove that. But if you buy something else, then obviously it's £4.95 P&P all day long for everything. But if you only buy digital downloads, you won't be charged the P&P. It'll be £9.99 and you're done. Absolutely awesome. Loads of you coming in for that. Which is more popular, actually, Hannah? The digital download or the physical? Very close. Very close. I think very good as a digital download, because you're always going to be printing them off anyway, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Whatever, whether you've got physical or digital, you'll need to print. Karen from Hampshire says, I've just done my first digital download. Yay! Fabulous. Was it an easy process, Karen? Sounds like it was. Great. Well done. Hi, Stuart and Jenny. Throwing it at Jenny, will you be doing... I wanted to ask this too. Will you be doing the lowercase letters? Brilliant show, Marion. Oh, go on.
That's going to take a bit longer. Lowercase are even more curvy.
Yeah.
And so that is going to take time.
Yeah.
I am happy to do it. Of course I will. But it will take a few months Yeah, because I'll have to do it in between other projects. But it's not like I can just sit and just do that.
But you know we want...
But yeah. I thought you might have been hinted. It's just something you can just add to.
Yep.
That's what he said and looked at me and I was like, he means
The other
lowercase.
thing, Jenny, is as an interim suggestion, maybe before we get the lowercase, could we have numbers? 0 to 9?
Yeah, I don't
Because
see
they're a
why
bit like
not.
capitals.
Yeah,
They're not
we
that
could do
curvy.
numbers. Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I'll get on it.
Ace.
I'll start thinking.
Thank you. Get your
Be
requests
sat at my
in.
computer for
This'll
another
do
couple
for
of months,
now.
just sat there in front of my computer, measuring.
Anne from Surrey says, oh my goodness, just imagine playing with the size of each letter, then using in an alphabet quilt. Such an amazing job. Yeah, like a massive A and then a much smaller B and a...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it would be so much fun. You could just,
love that.
kids for quilts for grandkids, for learning their ABCs and stuff.
Absolutely brilliant.
Oh, you could do like a little an applique like apple next to the A and stuff.
Totally.
Or maybe
Really
now
cool.
I need to come up with a symbol to go with each letter.
Could do. Karen's got back in touch.
Forever.
Karen did her first ever digital download pattern today. She said it was easy peasy, Stuart. Thank you, Jenny.
Brilliant.
Ace. It's awesome. Right. Really, really popular. Now, we've also got a second brand new pattern from Jenny today. Oh, sorry, we haven't done the bundles yet. Back to alphabets.
Carried away.
I know. Okay, first of all, it's the one that reproduces Jenny's. This will make Sewing Mends the Soul and your background and your binding. Okay, it's a scrappy binding. So you've got... Now, I'm assuming, actually, Jenny, that if we wanted to, we could just make the whole alphabet using this same kit.
I'm not sure. Well, how many letters?
14, 16. Well, there's 18 letters, but did you use every scrap?
Maybe you would not be able to do the binding as scrappy if you did all the letters.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but I think you possibly could. But they are just the Rose and Hubble solids,
Great.
so you can always get more of those colours.
It's a great starter project. 1 metre of cream.
I think it's
ivory.
white.
White. Is it white?
I think so.
Okay,
yeah.
we'll have a look. We'll have a look. And then you've got fat eighths.
Yes.
White, yeah. Fat eighths in orange and this gorgeous golden yellow, a bright pink and 2 shades of turquoise. You do get the pattern, of course, for the full alphabet, but you've got enough fabric here to make this banner, Sewing Mends the Soul. It's been super popular. I've only got 20 of these kits left. And there are, oh gosh, all right, I've really only got 7 left up for grabs. The rest are in baskets. Do check out, won't you? You get your pattern included, remember, physical pattern included. If you can't wait till then, you could always get the digital download, and then when the pattern arrives, pass it on to a friend. It is FPP. I was wondering what FFP was.
What does
It's
it
just
say
a
that?
typo.
Oh.
Foundation paper piecing. And skill level in terms of FPP.
Do you know what? It's the same as I always say with EPP. Once you've done some, you just can do most. I mean, I maybe...
If you've never done it before, what letter would you start with?
Like, let me have a look. E, I, H, F...
T?
T. Oh, yeah, T's a really good one as well, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can. I might do an alphabet workshop.
Do it.
Why not?
In your new studio that
In my new
opens next
studio.
month?
Yeah. Could do an alphabet workshop, couldn't I?
Could we have alphabet spaghetti on toast for lunch?
Could.
To carry
Why
on the
not?
alphabet theme.
I could probably even cook that, couldn't I?
I don't know. Could you?
Yeah, I can cook, I can't bake.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah. Dylan can bake, he might make some cakes.
Sold.
Sweet.
Sold. It's brilliant, isn't it? So that's my first kit, £19.99, can you believe it? And then I've got a second kit, which is pastels, which would be a really nice, gentle, soft version. You've got your white, and that's your meter, that's your background fabric, and then you've got lovely soft baby pink, a lilac, a soft mint green, a baby blue, and a soft lemon yellow as well. That would be super sweet. £19.99 again, complete with your pattern. Absolutely amazing value.
Oh, imagine the whole alphabet hung in a little nursery in these colours. That would be so cute.
It would be beautiful.
Oh.
It would be so lovely. It would be so lovely. And, you know, something to keep forevermore.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Right, that's my second kit with the alphabet. Don't forget, absolutely, well, I can't insist, but I think everybody should get the pattern, either a physical or digital pattern for the alphabet, because it is so well done, beautifully done by Jenny. The letters are so consistent and, you know, all match up. I know you've worked incredibly hard to get this consistent look. On the one side, on this side here, we've got the physical, the main graphic. That's our physical pattern, £9.99. And then over this side, we've got the digital pattern, the digital download. Easy peasy. That's Karen's words, to download and use that pattern. So the second project that you brought to us today, I think goes really well with the alphabet. I could imagine using both.
100%. I wanted to, and I'm really gutted I didn't have time to make the sample. I wanted to do the stores, a sewing machine, sewing studio underneath. But how nice would it be to make for sewing friends with their name on it?
Exactly.
Or just...
Jenny's sewing room.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, with a sewing machine.
Or just welcome or whatever.
Anything, yeah.
So, here we go. You've got, here's the project. So you can make this, backing, binding, the whole thing, right? You get your pattern for your foundation paper pieced sewing machine cushion. Okay, really good size. You also get 1/2 metre of white fabric, that's your background and the back of your cushion. And then you get fat 8s in that gorgeous mint green, the mid-toned lavender, and then that gorgeous pink. Now, for all of that, we don't have a price at the moment, Hannah. Stop it. Wow, that's your price, £15.99. Whole project, including pattern.
Bargainer.
It is a bargain. Now, I think, gosh, a wall hanger with 9 or 12 of these, different colours. You could do different primary colours. They could be your black and white Tula pink line work with a little pop of colour here and there.
I really want to make a sewing machine quilt now.
Do it. Do it. Yeah. Or it could be K-facet, it could be solids, whatever you want. Just one block made as a cushion or a wall hanging. What about if you made a sewing machine cover, but actually pieced that into the front?
Yeah,
of the
that
sewing
would
machine cover?
look so good.
What's under the cover? What do you think? Right, that's amazing. £15.99 for that full kit. Oversubscribed. I've got teens left. Keep going through for that. So that's the kit. I should say, I do have the pattern, physical and digital as well, if you want to go your own way. But let's talk the other kit. This is the Liberty version. This is Liberty for under £20. So you get 1/2 metre of seeded natural cotton, or is this a calico?
It's seeded.
That's seeded natural cotton, thank you. 1/2 metre of that, and then you get fat 8 of Emily Bell.
It is.
And you've got that lovely soft pink, lilac and blue, really pretty.
And you can choose, because they're all fat 8s, you can choose which colour you want to use as your main sewing machine colour.
Yes.
You don't have, even with that one, you could have done a green one.
Yeah.
Whichever colour you use for the sewing machine, you can't use for the binding if you're making the cushion.
So do we just need a fat 8 to do the sewing machine body itself?
Yeah.
Gosh. Wow. So this actually would be a really good scrap project as well.
Oh, yeah, if you're using your own fabrics. There's endless combinations, isn't there, that
There
you
really
can
are.
do.
And on that note, let's talk about the pattern on its own. £9.99. This is the physical pattern first. So within there, you've got cutting instructions. You've got your layout, you've got your instructions on how to foundation piece your sections, the order to make them, how they're going to go together, no stone left unturned, nothing left to chance, even how to construct the cushion and make it up. You've also then got all of your full-size foundations all set out. Now, this isn't a total beginner pattern.
No, there's
is
a
it,
few
Jenny?
smaller pieces, but I always say when it's smaller, cut your fabric slightly bigger and then there's something more to hold on to.
Would you
But
trim it down then
intermediate.
afterwards?
Well, you trim when you next add the next shape,
Yep.
the next piece of fabric, well, you're automatically going to trim it to 1/4 of an inch from the folded paper.
True.
So it'll all get trimmed in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Great, perfect. And I want to show you on here, this is absolutely incredible. Look, you've got the needle is foundation piece.
That's the first thing you noticed this
Don't
morning,
let this
wasn't
scare
it?
you can do it.
No, it's really not scary. In fact, I think that's the template I haven't done to show you. I can't remember. But it really isn't. It's just
Brilliant.
rectangles and triangles, but you don't have to line anything up because you're just following the line on the
Yeah.
paper. So it's
Yeah.
not scary.
Yeah, if you can sew on a printed line, you can
Yeah.
make this cushion.
Exactly.
Great. So digital download pattern, instant payment, instant download, you're away, you could be going this afternoon. In fact, there's still 35 minutes left of this morning.
Yes,
Stopping you. £9.99 again for the digital download pattern. And as Karen said, they're really easy to purchase and to download, and then just print it off. Just print it off full size, no scaling. Yeah.
No, but if you want to make a big one,
We can do
you
that,
can just
can't
make
you?
sure each page is enlarged to the same amount.
Yeah, perfect.
Probably wouldn't go smaller.
No.
Because there's certain pieces that just wouldn't.
They're
you
so
don't
small.
want to do
Yeah,
smaller.
true enough.
You
Okay,
can go
great.
bigger.
Ace. So, that's our newness. We'll just go back to the alphabet pattern, just remind you of the details. This is the physical foundation paper pieced pattern, 26 full uppercase letters, plus exclamation mark and apostrophe. 4-inch height, £9.99, full instructions, and every single one of those patterns full size. Few of you asking for this bundle details. Amazing price, £19.99. Ignore that it says purples, it's pastels, and it's FPP. You get 1 metre of white, and then you get fat 8s of these 5 beautiful pastel shades. Jenny, could we make a letter?
Of course we can. I was going to say, if you're wanting to do words, like a few words underneath each other, a bit like I've done my wall hanging. If you're worried about how to measure your borders, it's always the same height as the template, including the template seam allowance. And then width-wise, measure your longest word. And then you're going to add however wide you want it from there.
Okay.
Then measure your next word, and you want it to measure the same as the one above, I always say go a couple of inch, go like at least half an inch, 1 inch bigger, and then you trim it down
Trim
afterwards.
it down, yeah.
Just in case you've got your maths. If you're anything like me, maths is not the best. So it's better to just go that little bit bigger than trim it down. But that's it. Start with the longest word first and decide how wide you want it from there. Right, so in case you wanted to see, look, this is the sewing nearly written in the lovely...
Oh, it looks great.
Yeah, isn't it sweet? I know I need it away from me so I can sew, but I'm trying to get it in shot still. How lovely are those colours
Now,
together?
what's your spelling there, Jenny? That's it.
So some of them are just made as one piece. So the N is just one part.
Yep.
Difference to my usual patterns, I say A1, A2, A3, A4 for part A. Part B would be B1, B2, B3, B4. Right, so I decided to do it slightly different for this one. So you'll see on the back of the templates, A1, B2, B3, A5. You're still sewing in numerical order, but this is to stop you getting your fabrics in the wrong place.
Oh.
B is always a background colour. B for background. A is always going to be your letter colour.
Okay.
There is inside, I have a key inside the pattern that explains that, but I just wanted to let you know, always sew in numerical, any B's as your background.
Great.
Because it's so easy to sew in the wrong place if
from
you're
the
not.
back.
Because you know, sometimes you look at them, you're like,
any...
what letter is that right
Right.
now? Do you know what I mean? So I've done that to help. Also, to measure your fabric for what you need. Obviously, I didn't do cutting for each letter instruction. You can either print out a spare copy, cut on the solid line, then make sure you cut your fabric, I say half an inch bigger, ish, not 1/4 of an inch, because you want to trim away, you want it to definitely cover it. Or I just measure. Honestly, I just get a ruler, I see what that measurement is and that measurement is, and I just add half an inch
Would it be
around.
fair for the most part, just long strips of fabric?
Yeah, so I see what letters I'm using. Most of them are the same width. So 1 1/4 or 1 1/2 inch strips of the fabric, then subcut that as and when. It's just the odd bit which is wider.
And that's quite an economical way
it is. So it's just up to you how you do it. Right, so I decided S is made out of 3 parts, but that's actually the letter I used as the sample inside the pattern, how to FPP. So I thought I'm not going to demo that because I've already done it in the pattern. The pattern includes that. It includes how to sew letters together and then obviously how to make the wall hanging as well. So you should be fine. I've made the first part of G here. It looks very strange, doesn't it? And I thought let's make the second part of G. So we're going to whiz through this. It's 1/2 already. Right, you want to, as I always say, fold your template along all the solid lines you're going to sew along. This is because it makes it easier to fold back in later stages. So I'm just going to fold them all, ish. I bet I'll miss some out, won't I, because I'm rushing to do it. And you might see these little triangles, but honestly, because you're tracing on a line, it's really nothing to worry about. They are small, but they're not fiddly because you've got your paper behind it, you know? Because I don't do fiddly little bits. But because I've got my paper behind it, it doesn't bother me at all.
Okay.
I've pre-cut fabric just by measuring around how I usually do. And I'm hoping I've pre-cut it all, but I have got fabric here just in case. So firstly, we want to start with A1. And because it is A, I know that is part of the letter. So it's one of my coloured pieces. So you want to just make sure that it is over 1/4 of an inch round the whole of A. And I'm just going to grab my pins. Why do I always forget to grab a pin for when I'm doing FPP? I don't know why. Another tip I have, when you're sewing smaller pieces, you can enlarge your stitch slightly. Well, that depends on what you stitch on usually. I usually stitch on a 1.2 when I'm FPPing. But when I'm doing tiny pieces, or smaller pieces, I sometimes enlarge it to 1.4 so it doesn't tear the paper quite as much.
Yeah.
Still easy to get the thing out, but I find that it works better just to enlarge it slightly sometimes.
Anne says, please, Jenny, I would come to the alphabet workshop and bring cake.
Is that Anne? No, sorry, no. But you can bring cake and sure you can come to the alphabet workshop. Why not?
I want to come to the workshop too.
Why not? We were meant to have a party.
Yes. This is Lizzie from Dorset. Morning, Jenny and Stuart. Loving the sewing machine pattern.
Aww.
You clever lady, Jenny. Happy birthday for yesterday.
Thank
and I
you.
miss your pin and tonic chats.
Oh, with Adam. Yeah, we used to do. Hopefully we're going to find time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might come down for a weekend. Might get him
Might
teaching.
do.
You never know. You might come down for a
I
weekend.
might.
We were meant to have a party to open the studio, but I just, life.
Well, we can still do it.
We can, can't we?
We
Why
can
not?
still do it. I'm going to be in London on the 2nd of July.
The 2nd of July.
July, the 1st and 2nd.
Well, I'll message you after the show.
Party.
Let's see what we can do.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to sew.
Let's
we're going
do
to sew.
it.
Right, so I've covered the whole of A1 on the back. So if this was Liberty fabric, for example, printed fabric, wrong side of fabric to the wrong side of the template.
Can you imagine a Liberty alphabet?
Oh, that would be gorgeous, wouldn't it? My mum's got loads of Liberty that we got for her 70th.
Gorgeous. I'm looking at these letters thinking, I don't want could you get the coloured part of the letter out of a 5-inch charm square? I think maybe you could.
Yeah, you probably could,
I
yeah.
think you could. Imagine then a charm pack. Joyce says, hi, Jenny and Stuart. What size are the letters, please?
So they are 4-inch high. So that's really the only measurement, once they're sewn together, 4-inch high. They're all different widths depending on the letter, really.
Yes.
So it's quite hard to tell you, but 4-inch high is height.
That's
they're not
finished
more than,
size.
yes. So most of the ones that are one piece, like the E, for example, finished size is just under 2.5.
Yeah.
So it really, yeah, but they're
Something
not
like the M or the W is going to be
wider
isn't
because
it?
it's a double letter. Double
Yeah.
letter, is that what you could call it? I think
Yeah.
so.
But I suppose at the end of the day, if you absolutely needed them all to come out, the blocks to come out the same size, then you could add strips top and bottom and then strips to the side
Yeah.
to make them up to a consistent size.
Yeah, but you couldn't resize the
No.
shapes to all fit because
No.
then they'll just look a bit weird, wouldn't
They'd
they?
be
They'll
weird.
like-
You've worked so hard to make sure all of the lines are
Go
the same
together,
thickness,
yeah.
and that means that they're different widths.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Right, so to add our second piece, B2, so we're adding a background piece. We're going to fold on the line between A1 and B2, and we are just going to trim off that excess fabric. There we go. So we've trimmed off the fabric we don't need. Open your paper out and find your next piece of fabric, which I'm assuming might be this piece, this background. And we're going to line it up right sides together if these were printed fabrics, along the line that I've just trimmed off. Take it to our sewing machine and you're going to start stitching just a couple of stitches before the solid line and carry on stitching a couple of stitches beyond that line. There we go. So that's between A1 and B2. And we're going to open this out. I'm going to just use my seam roller. I always do. When I'm sewing the letters together, I start using an iron, but for now, I'm going to seam roll. So 1, 2, 3, and it's a B. So we're going to add background fabric. Fold on the line between, this one's between A1 and B2 and B3. Trim off that excess fabric. So this stops any, if you're using slightly larger pieces, this stops it going all, getting too chunky, because while you're trimming off. Fabric for B3.
We'll just give you the details for the add a quarter rulers. You get both sizes in a pack and you make a saving there. So you get the 2-inch by 6 and the 2-inch by 12.
Always check you've placed it in the right position. So as you can see here, B doesn't go all the way over off. So you want to make sure that's going to fit I always just do a pretend fold and check that I've positioned that nicely, which I have. Again, it's always fabric, right sides together now. And we're going to sew again. Again, get into the habit, no matter what line you're sewing, couple of stitches before the line and a couple of stitches beyond. I'm using 0.2 stitch length at the moment on here. You can use 0.4. Some machines won't do 0.2.
0.2?
That's what I stitch FPP on. 1.2.
1.2. All right.
I'm getting
Yeah,
tired.
I do 1.6 sometimes. It depends on the machine. Always,
Machine, paper, how new your needle is, all sorts. Right, so we're going to do A4 now because we've done 3. So this is a colour of the letter. So we're going to fold between B1 and A4. As you can see, this is one of the smaller triangles. This is why I wanted to show you. It's not fiddly. Watch me make it look really fiddly. No, it's not. Right, so it's a colour. It's a colour piece. So I've cut little squares, and then cut the squares in.
Would you mind just showing us the pattern and the triangle up against what you're covering? Because there's a big size difference.
This is the triangle here, A4. That is my triangle that I've cut, okay? Because you don't want to work too small, then it will get fiddly. And remember, you've got to include the seam allowance because it's going to fold back on itself. If you cut a tiny triangle, it's not even going to cover the triangle. So
I could just imagine sneezing and everything disappearing. So cut it larger, you're going to trim anyway.
Do you know what I do? I will put something down and all my fabric will just go like that everywhere.
Well, we never learn.
So I've trimmed it, and what I do is I just lift up this fabric. So when I've put this on top, right sides together, I lift both fabrics up and just look where the point of the triangle is pointing. And then I know if we're going along in the same way, we're going to cover it. We're going to be fine. So hold that in place, take it over to your machine and sew along between B3 and A4.
So always on the printed side, lines are visible.
Set up different to my machine, so I keep going up and down, up and down. There we go. So
got another message. Morning, Jenny and Stuart. I've never done FPP until I purchased the Ice Lolly picnic blanket. Oh my goodness. I am now obsessed with FPP. Thank you, Jenny.
It's my pleasure. It's my aim in life, just to make everyone obsessed with FPP. So there we go. That's my big triangle that's tiny when it's sewn together. But you see how non-fiddly that was. But you look at it and you think, oh no, that's really, really small. It's fine because we're not using the tiniest bit. Let me tell you what I think it's a 1.5 inch square that I will have cut. Yeah, 1.5 inch square, cut on the diagonal, and we're good.
Yeah. Another quick question. This is from Julie, who's in Bedfordshire. Morning. I love the sewing machine, but I've never done foundation paper piecing. Is it easier as the pieces are bigger? I love the colours. Could I do it as a complete beginner?
You could start with certain parts. When you see the pattern, you'll see that, I'll show you in a minute, that some of the parts are bigger. So you could always start with those first. I'm not sure it is a complete beginner one, to be honest. I don't want you to get it and then be frustrated. Where are you based? You come to a lesson.
Sorry?
I said, where's she based? If she's not too far, she can come to a lesson. Yeah, it's. I would say maybe you probably only need to make a couple of FPP bits before it, but it's just there are some. You're sewing a lot of parts together. The lollipop's beginner friendly.
I was just going to say.
And the teacup, really.
What about let's just give you the details because there's no reason why you shouldn't get the pattern or the kit for this today.
Well, we've
just
got it.
Just don't sew it first.
Yeah.
Do a bit of this first and then do that, and then you'll be fine.
Yeah, the lollipops, some of those lollipops.
One or two blocks, that's all you need, isn't it? Just cut your teeth on something a bit simpler. The lollipop, the Ice Lolly picnic quit will be a brilliant one to start with because your foundations are simple. It is kind of 1, 2, 3, boom, boom, and you're done. This is the physical pattern. But you see now, with the alphabet, every one of your other patterns is suddenly getting new life, isn't it?
Right, yeah. Some teacups with some words.
Yeah.
Time for tea.
$9.99.
The name of the quilt, you could have it like a little wall hanging in your kitchen, time for tea.
Yeah.
It's always time for tea.
With a teacup either end.
Right.
Steam coming out, quilted.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Done.
So yeah, that. There's a digital pattern for this as well, actually. If you want digital, you see, then you could download that today, have a little go, and then wait for your sewing machine kit to arrive, and do that. We've also got the Time for Tea. Again, this is a foundation, physical pattern first. This again is a little harder than the ice lolly, isn't it?
A little harder than the ice lolly, but not quite as hard as the, not as many pieces as the sewing machine, I would say.
Yeah, this is a teacup and saucer. Demoed on the 30th of March this year. Now, if you want a digital download of this, we've got a digital download too. This would be lovely. I mean, there's so many fabric ranges, and I recently worked, Jenny, with a V&A range that was based on blue and white porcelain.
Oh my goodness,
from the V&A
that would be perfect.
And the first thing I said was, Jenny Jackson!
Teacups!
Teacups! Teacups, yeah. It's gorgeous. That's your digital download for the Time for Tea. Right, back to you, Jenny.
Right, I've just put the next triangle, which is, again, it's an A number. So it is the colour of the letter. Oh, do you know, an hour is never long enough, is it? I just want to keep going because I wanted to show some of the teacup, but I've just seen the time. We'll add a couple more pieces to this letter, and then I'll show you how to sew two letters together, because it is exactly the same when you're sewing two parts of a letter together, if that makes sense. What have we got now? We've done A5, so A6 will be the top of the G. Again, fold your template over, trim the excess fabric off. Open the template, grab your fabric.
What's interesting, Jenny, is you're not actually trimming that much off those triangles. They look huge, but with the seam allowance.
That's what I'm saying. It really doesn't end up being that huge. No. And then, right sides together. Now we're going to sew across between, it's actually between A4, B3 and A5, but you know which line you want to sew because you're always doing it in numerical order.
Hannah, what was the name of our viewer who wrote in asking if she could do the sewing machine as her first project? Julie in Bedfordshire. I was just going to say, Julie, Jenny has done so many fantastic demonstrations over the last couple of years of foundation piecing, different kinds of foundations, and those resources stay forever. If you go on YouTube and search Jenny Jackson, you will find her
all the blocks of the month and strip of the month. I've done loads of demos for it. I'm just thinking,
you could sit and watch half a dozen different, and watch bits of different blocks. And I think you'll get all of the tuition you could need. Judy's message, she says, I'd never done foundation piecing before, but I did the starburst cushion. I got into a rhythm and I really enjoyed it. I'm pleased with the result.
Lovely.
Got the pattern for that. I'm going to find it. Here it is. Physical pattern. And again, this is one where you look at it and you think, I'd never do that any other way than foundation piecing.
Yeah.
It opens up a world of possibilities that you never thought you could do, doesn't it?
Yeah, really, once you've got your head around though, it's the same thing every time, different pictures. I'm having so much fun designing pictures and stuff. I'm loving it.
Yeah? Yeah. I mean, you specialise in FPP and EPP, don't you?
Yeah, it started off as just specialising in EPP. Look, guys, the first time I did some FPP, someone else's pattern, made a kingfisher, it ended up with
Digital
2 beaks.
pattern if you want.
And I did not give up. It had 2 beaks. Don't know how, don't know why.
What had 2 beaks?
The kingfisher, it was someone else's FPP pattern. It shouldn't have had 2 beaks. It was my first ever attempt. Had 2 beaks. I still gifted it to my dad. I was proud that I got so far with it. Everyone who was on that retreat with me cannot believe that I'm designing FPP now. Do you know Katie Jones?
That was
Do you know
brilliant.
Katie Jones?
I do know Katie. That was rude.
Katie Jones was
Katie
witnessed
really well.
it. Yeah, so Katie Jones, if you ever see her with me, she'll walk next to me and she'll be like, I'm the reason she's here. I made her. She gave me my first ever magazine article, therefore she made me.
Okay.
I love her. She's the funniest human ever to walk this planet. Right, I'm going to show you how. So you literally just carry on doing the same thing as you go.
Fab.
But I want to show you how to sew 2 letters together because look, they do look a bit strange. Can you see here? The W, that looks really wide.
Yeah.
That part is going to be sewn into a seam. Every letter you have has some white down the side. That is your gap between the letters. That S looks so odd. Once you've sewn your border on, the S then looks brilliant. Remember, it's not going to be wide at the bottom. That's also going inside a seam. Okay, when my dad first looked at these, he goes, Jen, the letters do not look right.
No, and also where the triangles
seen them
go.
Sewn inside a seam. Once they all come together, when you're sewing 2 letters together, let me sew the E and the W together.
Okay, trust the process.
Right sides together.
And then do you think you could show us a little bit of the...
Yes, I will.
sewing
I
machine?
will
That'd be
literally
awesome.
just sew this
Thank
down
you.
really quick. When you're sewing letters together, you start right at the very top of the paper and go straight off the bottom, following that line, seam line, as a guide. If you're worried about going wonky at the start and the bottom, just draw the line.
Okay.
You've only got to go quarter of an inch without a guide, but, you know, if you're nervous, don't worry. Take the paper from within the seam that you've just sewn so it doesn't get trapped within other seams when you start sewing it all together. Press the seam open. There you go. W now looks normal. It doesn't look wide.
Normal. Yes,
because it was really wide before, but now it looks the same as the other one.
Great.
So that once you start sewing them together, they all look right. Okay?
As they should.
There you go. Look, if I can pretend that S.
Perfect.
starts
Make
to
sure
look
you
right.
check out your basket on your foundation paper pieced alphabet pattern. 26 letters, exclamation mark and apostrophe. Physical instructions are on screen now. You get all of the full-size foundations, but you can resize them if you wish. And brilliant scrappy project. You could use your favourite make of fabric.
Oh, 10 minutes. We can do
Over 70 of you with those instructions in your basket. I urge you to check out a message for you. Thanks, Jenny. You've made my husband a foundation paper pieced addict. He's made 3 quilts now, and the teacups is next. That's from
Celia and Paul.
Yeah. In fact, Celia messaged me the other day to ask me if one of my patterns was foundation piece because Paul wanted to make it, but it wasn't. So I think no, it's been rejected.
No, they came round for a cuppa the other day when they were going through my way.
Oh, lovely.
I know, it's just the best. Love
Digital
it.
pattern next. This is the alphabet, but a digital version, and really convenient because you've got it there. You can't lose the pattern, and you can print off as many as you like. Print off as many letters, whatever you want to say in your project. Can you imagine making cushions for the sofa that said things like sit, chill, relax, stay,
I love it.
please leave?
Yeah, now.
That did sound like instructions for a dog. Sit, stay.
It's me seeing me.
Down.
That is me and Dave at the moment.
Is it?
Dave, stop pouring me. He just wants love all the time. The dog is obsessed with me, like
Dave's a
literally,
dog,
more than a man ever has. He is obsessed with me.
What's not to love, Jenny? What's
Right.
not to love?
Look, we've got 9 minutes.
We've got 9 minutes.
I did so much prep for this as well. So actually, I think it's quite helpful that I did. I'm quite glad I did it.
Oh, is that the Liberty version?
Look,
I love
yes.
it.
So that is your main part of your sewing machine. That, if you really haven't done it before, start with these 2 parts.
Okay.
Because they're bigger pieces, less little pieces. Then this one is the bottom. I've done the heart. I wanted to show you how to sew a whole section together because you're sewing them in 3 sections. So I thought I'd show you. So these ones, obviously it looks like it's not going to fit, doesn't it? But
It does
once
at the
everything
moment.
starts sewing, everything shrinks down to the same size. Trust me. Oh, I've spent a long time
You
on the
worked it
computer.
out.
Right, so you want to sew these 2 parts together. So it's the same as with the alphabet. Part C on top of part D. And you're going to line those up nicely. Start sewing all the way from the top, all the way off the bottom.
Can I ask you, because obviously sometimes you have to join quite big foundations together, and pinning them together can be quite distorting.
Yeah, I just hold them.
You hold them.
Yeah.
You don't. Do you ever use clips or?
You could use clips, yeah. You could definitely use clips if they're really big pieces.
Pins aren't
but when
a great
they're
idea.
little, no, because you're going through the foundation and then, yeah. I do tend to just hold the parts together.
Yep.
But you could definitely use little quilts clips. Right, so we're going in. And you're going to sew from the very top straight off the bottom there. There we go. And remove the paper from in the seam. Honestly, guys, if you do this, it makes your life so much easier when you start sewing all the different parts together. Sure. I tend to always press, once I've sewn parts together, I tend to press the seams open, and I will use an iron to press this. This is the only time I use an iron. When I'm at, like, just doing my FPP, I don't use the iron, I use a roller. But then you're starting to get more seams, more bits of fabric. Right, so now, miraculously, this is the same height now, same width.
Yeah.
So then we're going to sew this part onto that part. Because I've done them in loads of different parts to actually make it more simple, then all of a sudden, if you do sew all the parts, then you've just got, all of a sudden you'll have a machine before you know it. Once you've got through sewing all the parts, it's just brilliant fun. Right, so sometimes when, there's a bit sticking out on this machine, I'm not sure, I'm blaming Adam Brooks.
A bit sticking out?
Yeah, it's just, something keeps catching on it.
On the bed?
Yeah.
Right.
It's Adam's fault. I'm sure he used it last.
Yeah. Bet it was Adam.
Bet it was. There we go, that's just moved because I am rushing. Speed sewing, that's what we call it, don't we? To remove that paper from in those seams because you just don't want it. You can see it tears away really quickly.
That's because you've used quite a short stitch.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to use anything bigger than like a 1.5 really because it will start pulling at your stitches. The smaller the better really. Right, I'm just going to press that seam open. I love this iron. The point on it is so good. You know, for when you're trying to use the point to open your seams.
Yes.
It's so good and so smooth.
It is a lovely iron.
There we go. So we've got the top of the machine and the heart. Then we'll sew the bottom of the machine, the buttons.
These are control buttons, yeah.
These are our control buttons. They are indeed.
I really fancy making a sewing machine wall hanging, maybe 9 different machines.
Yes.
And like you've got, I mean, it could be, like I say, Tula Pink's line work, and actually soon she's bringing out a range called Grey Work, which is lights and dark greys with just a little pop of quite fluorescent colour in there. And I'm just thinking,
what about her old collection? What was it called? The sewing one, where she had tape, sewing tape going round, and she had little pins and crosses and stuff.
Yes.
What one was that? I can't remember what it was called. It was a good few years ago now. But if you've got any of that in your stash, I don't know what to use it for.
This.
Ovs.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing a quilt with grey work. I'm wondering, maybe I could use your pattern.
Of course you can.
Could
I do not mind. Go
Would you
on.
mind if we sold loads more of your pattern?
Oh, go on then.
Go on then.
Go on then.
Go on, what is it, Hannah? Oh, sorry, I thought you were looking for the old range from Tula that had the sewing theme.
There we go.
I heard Hannah said, oh, I've got it.
Yeah, she hasn't. So that is your, like you said, your control panel, your screen already, and then you've got your twisty knob, what do you call it?
On the side, the balance wheel, flywheel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Then that goes there. But as you can see now, it's all the same size.
It fits.
It fits. So that, again, you'll do exactly the same. Right sides together. Follow that line that's on top and sew all the way from the top to the bottom. This is the needle that Stuart was mentioning. Okay,
Yep.
Don't be scared. Look, I know it looks small, but it's next to big pieces of fabric.
Yeah, to be fair, it doesn't
fine.
look that small now you've done the
No,
triangles.
because if you think about it, well, there we go. Look, these are the triangles. They're smaller than the triangles that I showed you on the on the alphabet, but look at how tiny the triangles are on the paper. But look how big they are as fabric. You're not going for that stupidly small piece of fabric that you can't even hold.
No.
And you know it's going to fit fine.
Yeah.
Honestly, just make sure you seam roll or press between adding the shapes, and I promise you, it will all come together fine. That's the other piece. You can see all different parts sewn together. That goes on the end. That goes on the end. It all fits together like some miracle. You've got to say, oh, and the bottom piece of the sewing machine is not foundation piece. It's part of the bottom border. There was no point in doing that as foundation because it's just a one big rectangle. So it's included in the bottom border, the base of the sewing machine. Yeah, it's part of it.
It's brilliant. Christine says, oops. You don't mean that. The sewing machine and alphabet wall hanging digital downloads just jumped into my basket. So sorry, Mr. Banker. Not.
Oh, bless you guys. Thank you so much.
Oh, you can't resist. You create such fantastic patterns, Jenny, and also you make it all look very achievable.
It is. If I can do it, you can do it. I'm not a complex sewer, honestly. I'm not. I'm honest, I'm not.
Well, we've all had our trials, but we've all had our disasters as well. It happens.
Yeah, it literally does.
Kingfisher, two beaks.
Exactly. But if you can, I struggle to sew in a straight line if I don't have a guide.
Yeah.
That's why I love foundation paper pieces, because it's tracing a line with your needle. So,
I did a foundation thing years ago. It was like a start, and it had something like 124 pieces of fabric per eighth.
Right.
So there were 8 sections pieced together, and I think it was 124 pieces per. It was ridiculous. And I got to the end, and I realised that the first piece, and I did them all at the same time. 1 and 2, 8 pieces, add 3 to all the pieces. I didn't make one in its entirety. And when I got to add the last piece, it didn't cover number 1. So the very first piece I'd put on was too small. So they were all wrong.
That's gross. That is really painful.
I never finished the quilt. It was one block out of a whole quilt. I never touched the quilt again.
I would have cried.
Right, physical pattern for the sewing machine. I'm still traumatised. I can't let it go. £9.99. I feel a bit emotional. It's a bit triggering. That's the sewing machine. Remember, you get the pattern for the cushion, but you could use it in so many creative ways. We also have a digital download. It's the same price, but it's an instant download. So if you go for this, you won't pay P&P if this is the only thing you're buying today. And it's an instant download, so you can get cracking.
You could have sewn it before I get home.
You could. Liz,
I mean, no,
bless
probably
you.
not, but
she says,
still.
I've added the Ice Lolly PDF to my earlier alphabet PDF. I'm going to miss out an Ice Lolly block, and I'm going to add initials.
Plan. See, that's exactly why I did it, because it just will make a difference in so many patterns.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Fantastic hour. Thank you, Jenny.
It's my pleasure.
Now, physical alphabet pattern. Let's just mention this before we go. Physical pattern. 28 different patterns within there. Christine says, I'm thinking of making personalised bunting with alphabet.
There we go. Plan.
And then Sandra says, Tula Pink sewing theme range was called
Homemade. Legend. Thank you, Sandra. At least you know.
You've saved the day. But in other news, Hannah's found her password to get into her emails. Hurrah.
Well, good.
Right. She found it. Jenny, amazing show. Thank you so much. And happy birthday for yesterday.
Thank you very much.
And don't forget, if you want to do a workshop with Jenny, her sewing studio is going to be open just outside Brighton from June onwards. Check out your social pages and get yourself signed up. All right, safe journey home.
Thank you.
Right, after the break, I'm joined by the fabulous Amber Elizabeth. We're going to be making the Cuba Libre dress. It is gorgeous. I've got amazing fabrics, and we're going to finish on a high. See you after this.
so many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram, on the Sewing Street pages. We're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click gift cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Hi everybody, it's our final hour on Sewing Street. I don't know about you, but where has this morning gone? It's absolutely flown by in a whirlwind of amazing demonstrations. And also as well, we were talking in the break, how lovely, and it's really lovely for us and our guests to get all the lovely messages and comments that you send in. So keep them coming. We absolutely love you for it. Now, this hour I'm joined again by the fabulous Amber Elizabeth. Welcome back. We had a great hour earlier on. We've all fallen in love with trousers. Now we're about to fall in love with a gorgeous dress. Again, this could be for the office. This could be for a wedding. It could be if you're going on a cruise. It could be a party. You name it. It might be your birthday coming up and you want to make yourself something special. We're featuring this hour the Maison Fauve Cuba Libre dress. Now I think there's also a drink that goes with the cocktail. With the dress. There is a Cuba Libre drink, isn't there? But it's absolutely beautiful. Now the pattern that I have comes in a really good range of sizes. It goes from a size, this is UK sizes, 6 to 24. So a really decent range of sizes there, and it's UK sizing. Now we'll talk to Amber about where those sizes perhaps fall and what we should be taking measurements for, because there are often key measurements that will help you to get the best possible fit. But it's a really, really beautiful dress. I'm actually going to grab the mannequin in for a moment. Come with me, young lady. Here we go. Right, I just think this is such a beautiful dress. Now, there are a couple of different views on this one. You've got this lovely neckline. I think the sleeves are super cute, floaty, very flattering. And I think as well, certainly, quite a lot of my girlfriends like a sleeve. They like to have this part of their arms covered. I think that's a very, very flattering way. It's not tight, it's not going to cling. You've got this elasticated back to it as well, which is really going to help to sort of nip in and fit the dress. Amber's going to demonstrate that for us later, I think, aren't you?
I am, yes.
And you have got some different views. I'll just show you the different views that you've got here. Always good to have options, Amber.
Always good, yes.
And these cutaway, this is on the front. We've got a little tie here. Is this a band that goes across the front?
No, so they're both deep V.
Okay.
It's just at the back, one view is open and that closes with the strap.
Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So you can have an open back or not?
Yes.
Ah, fantastic. Love that. Okay, great. Made here, I think this is a viscose.
It is, yes.
So fabrics with drape, but not stretch. Now we've got lots of lovely fabrics, but let's give you the details for the pattern. It's $19.99. And it is the Maison Fauve Cuba Libre dress, 6 to 24. It's previously sold out. We've managed to get it back in stock, but it is selling like hotcakes. It's a really, really gorgeous, very flattering length and fit. Really pretty and suitable for lots of different fabrics. I could imagine this in so many different colours, patterns, in plain. Absolutely gorgeous. All right, we love Maison Fauve patterns. So that's the pattern. Make sure you get it in your basket and checked out. I've got some beautiful fabrics. We're going to start with the one that Amber's used for... Now, I think this is the viscose version of the viscose linen that we had.
I thought of that afterwards, yeah.
Yeah, so this is the pure viscose fabric. You get a 3-metre bundle, and that's enough to make the largest size. The price point is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Here is that gorgeous fabric. And again, it is floaty, it's soft, it's drapey, but completely opaque. There is no seeing through this, which I would always be looking for in picking a fabric. I don't want to wear fabrics that are see-through or too sheer, and this one is giving lovely coverage, and those colours are just stunning, aren't they? If you were going to an event, the races, a wedding, an anniversary party, and you wanted to wear a hat or a fascinator, all these different colours that you could pick out, the feathers, the drama, you know, or jewellery, and really dress this up. But equally, if you were going, I don't know, for lunch, and you just wanted to wear something that made you feel fabulous, I think this is a gorgeous option. An amazing, amazing price point. Now, I do only have 10 bundles left, and at £24.99 for 3 metres, I'm not surprised. It's a great option. If you're not making the Maison Fauve, Amber, a 3-metre bundle is a really good stashable amount.
It is, yes. Any kind of dress or 2-piece top, and the trousers this morning with a top, 2-piece, yeah.
Perfect.
Work.
So stashable. Now, Amber's going to be using, I've fallen in love with this fabric. Amber's going to use this for her demo. The colour of this is just beautiful. It's really kind of summery, but also like high summer, but maybe also really is going to look good in the autumn as well. It's this fabulous golden ochre colour. Now, this is a viscose twill, so I don't know if you can see the detail, but it is a twill weave, which is kind of diagonal.
Yeah,
it is. A bit of a diagonal texture there, but it still has that lovely drape, and it's going to be light and cool to wear. At £19.99 for 3 metres. I mean, for a long time, Amber, it wasn't really viable to make your own clothes because fabric was so expensive.
Yeah.
But at under £20 for 3 metres.
Yeah. I mean, great quality fabric lasts as well.
Yes. So. Yes, much more sustainable than sort of make, wear, throw away, wear, throw away. You know, it's... I think you care much more about the clothes that you make, don't
Definitely.
you, for yourself. Take care of them, you enjoy them more. You know what goes into making them. So that's our second bundle of fabric. Right, next up, let's do this gorgeous blue. Absolutely stunning. Again, I think if you were going to an event and blue is your colour, this is fabulous. Yeah, I think for a wedding, I'm just going to turn it around. I think for a wedding, for the races, for also, or, you know, if it was maybe something like a christening, just something where you want to look fabulous. It's a larger scale print. It's going to work really, really well actually with the lines of this dress. And you've got those really pretty kind of gold and nude tones in there, as well as the cobalt blue. £22.99 for 3 metres. This is proving very popular. I've got very, very low teens left of this bundle. So if this one is your thing, I'm just going to open out a little bit more, and I'm just going to drape a little bit on the mannequin, just so you can see the sort of scale that is going to give when that's made. Isn't that lovely? I think that's gorgeous.
It's got gold in it.
It has. It's got a bit of gold. Yeah. Really stunning. Really stunning. Okay, that's that one. Right, next up, I'm going to jump straight to this one. Again, this has got real impact. This is a magenta floral, but it's also got that fabulous kind of, well, it's kind of the colour of tiger lilies, as well as the magenta in there. Again, this is a digitally printed viscose twill. So it's got that very, very slight texture in the weave, but floaty, soft. And again, just to show you on the mannequin how that looks. That is really, really beautiful. And because it's digitally printed, you've got amazing depth of colour as well. Okay, that's that one. Right, next up, oh gosh, oh, that's sold out. That one's sold out. Oh, thank goodness I don't have to fold it. Right, lovely. You see, you're saving me. You're saving me. Right, I've got two really pretty smaller scale florals now. Yeah, this one's the yellow floral, although there are lots and lots of different colours in there. So if you like something that's a little bit smaller scale pattern, I think this is super, super pretty. It's like a sort of field of poppies, but all those different colours.
Yeah, really nice.
Now, in a smaller scale print like this, I think this could be a dress that you might possibly get more wear out of. Do you know what I mean? Because I could imagine that with a shrug or a cardigan.
Denim jacket.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's a lovely idea. Yeah, that's really pretty. It's a black background, and then you've got those lovely sort of quite citrusy colours with a little bit of blue and lilac in there. Again, the price is amazing, £22.99. That means that you're paying, gosh, is it about £7.75 a metre? £7.66 a metre. I mean, a lot of our fabrics are £7.99, £8.99 a half metre. It's less than that for a whole metre. How much? £3.83 for a half metre. Wow. Wow. You see, dressmaking, and then what you make is beautiful and it fits you and it's your style. My friend Jo is going to a wedding. She went on the high street. She found dresses, lots of dresses, £350, £400 a pop. Ooh. Wedding ready. Wedding ready. This is the bright floral. This might be my favourite. It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And also upside down. There we go, that's better. How pretty is that? And again, you know, little pashmina, pick out one of the colours, a shrug, a cardigan, or a jacket. You could style it very casually or very dressy. Very versatile. £22.99 for that, for 3 metres again. I've got 2 more bundles left. Be quick though, because these are selling out. These are selling out. Oh, wow. Now this is stunning. Look at that. Now that is beautiful. That is absolutely gorgeous. That's really like, you know, you go to a really expensive boutique and you find this and you just feel and look stunning in that. And again, all those different beautiful colours, very tropical. I think if you're lucky enough to be going perhaps on a cruise to the Caribbean or the Med, or frankly anywhere, I'd settle for Southampton, Amber. A formal dinner, or actually just going on a lovely trip one day, you'd look amazing. Absolutely love that one. That's a viscose. Now, I never know whether to say chalice or chalice.
I say chalice.
Chalice.
Yeah.
Yeah, viscose chalice, digital print. What is that, Amber?
I don't even know.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I don't know.
Neither do I. Makes 2 of us. It's floaty like a normal viscose, so it's just that, really. some of this jargon, you know, it's just there for the sake of it, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. And then one more, and I've left this one till last because I think it's a totally different look, a totally different feel, still absolutely gorgeous and stylish. It's just been called mottled fabric, but it's so much more than that. I think this has got real drama. For me, it almost looks like, you know, like tortoiseshell glasses.
Yeah.
It's that tortoiseshell, which I love. Deep amber jewellery, tan leather. I think it's smart, beautiful. If you're not somebody that wants to wear a lot of bright colour, or even colour particularly, you like these warmer, more natural shades, I think that is gorgeous. Now this is a viscose twill. Again, it is beautiful, very slightly weightier than some of the other viscose that we've got, ever so slightly. If they were light, this would be a light medium. Do you know what I mean? It's only slight, like the difference between, say, a poplin and a quilt weight cotton. It's only that difference. Still beautifully drapey. That's about to go. It's totally different to the rest, isn't it? And very, very smart. I think that again is incredibly wearable. And just look at the different personality that you've got in the dresses. Same pattern, just the choice of fabric. All right, we're talking about the pattern, the Cuba Libre dress. We'll leave details on screen for you of that so you can get your copy. Remember, it's sizes 6 to 24, UK sizes 6 to 24. And it's $19.99, Amber. This is a lovely pattern.
It is. I would say it's more intermediate. There's a couple of areas like the back waistband that might be a little bit tricky for some complete beginners. I'm going to do I've made the closed back version. And what I'm going to demo today, hopefully, is gathering, because I find a lot of people struggle a little bit with gathers, and if I have time, I'll show how to construct the back where the elastic is as well.
That'd be amazing, thank you.
Okay, so I've constructed the bodice by sewing the shoulder seams and the centre back seam. The front panel has some gathers along the hem, and what I've done is I have sewn 2 lines. One of them is 0.5 centimetres from the edge and the other one is 1.5 centimetres. Okay. So it's going to be a bit of a talking masterclass before I actually start sewing.
That's all right.
So I try and get all my students in the habit of doing the gathering stitches in a contrast colour, simply because I find it so much easier to see. If you want to remove it afterwards, you're not putting holes in your fabric or removing the wrong stitch. So when you do gather in, you increase your stitch length and ideally use a different coloured stitch.
When you say increase the stitch length, what to?
So if you're, say, stitching on a 3, you can go up to a 4, 4.5, just make it longer. Oh, okay. It just allows, when you come to pull the thread, it allows the fabric to move to create the gathering effect.
Gotcha, understood.
If it's too small, it'd be too tight, you might end up popping the thread and having to start again. Okay, so two stitch lines makes it easier to get a nice even gather. I always do the distances of the stitch length in a particular way. So the seam allowance is 1 centimetre. And what I like to do is when I'm going to attach this bodice to the skirt, the stitch line will run in between the 2 gathering stitches.
Oh, okay.
So that helps when you're sewing to get a little bit more evenness, if that's not really a word, but it's more even. When you are pulling it, it's also a lot easier to get everything evenly distributed. So if your seam allowance was 1.5, for example, your stitch lines where the gathering will be 2 centimetres and it'll be 1 centimetre. Okay, so what I always do as well is I create an anchor on one side if I'm pulling from one side. I'll give a demonstration. I'm not going to use this technique for this at the moment, but I will give a demonstration because I do feel like it's a good tip to learn. So what I usually do is you will always have, you might want to go up really close on this one.
Just bring it down ever so. That's it. That's
Yeah.
brilliant, yeah.
So when you have gathering, when you have your stitch lines, you will always have 4 threads like so. So you'll have the 2 that's on top, and you have the 2 which is the bobbin. Now, if I was going to pull from one side, I would want to anchor this side, so when you're shifting the fabric along to create the gathers, it's not going to run off. So what I usually do is, where you've say got the top thread, I would gently tug on it like so, and you can see the bobbin thread coming through. And I would pull it all the way through and I would tie it.
Okay.
And that's how you create the anchor. Then if I pull from one side, that's not going to budge. I don't need to do it on this one because I'm going to pull from each side, but this is just it's a good tip to learn. If you don't want to do the knots, what you can do is pull your bobbin threads towards the top, use a pin. You'd place your pin at the end where you want to anchor it. You take your threads and you do a figure of 8 around the pin. And that's just another way to anchor it. Later on, if you get to the stage where you don't need to anchor the stitch lines anymore, or you're removing the gathering stitch, you can just quite easily pop the pin out and then you're back to where you were.
Gotcha.
But it's really important to anchor it, just so it just makes your life easier when you are sewing.
It's a very good skill to learn and have in your toolkit as well.
Definitely.
There's so many applications for gathering.
Yeah. So on this occasion, I don't need to anchor, but what I have done is I have put a pen mark here where the centre is. This will help me when I come to gather this down to match the skirt, to make sure one side doesn't have more gathers than the other. So back to the threads, I'm just going to take the top 2 threads, so that one. So these are the threads that I'm going to be pulling. And what I do is I always put them together, and then I place a knot in the end, and this helps me to remember which threads I'm pulling. Now this is important because if you pull the top 2 threads, then you pull the bottom threads, you're going to lock those stitches together and you're not going to be able to do any more gathers. So pop a knot in it, so if you walk away or come back, or you move on to something and come back, you always know which 2 you're working with.
Okay, great tip.
So I'm just going to do that on both sides. So again, I'm just going to separate the different threads. So I've got the top 2. And the bottom one. If you're like me and you've got loads of different bobbins with different colours on it, left over from other projects, you can use a different colour when you're putting your gathering stitch for the top and the bottom. And this helps make this section a little bit easier.
Oh, that's a good idea, yeah.
Because
I like
you just literally take whatever the top 2 colours are.
Yep.
So I'll just put
grab the red thread and pull on
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I think we've got a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
This is from Christine, who says, "Hi again, gorgeous Amber Elizabeth. Gorgeous dress. Would it be suitable for an apple shape?"
I think I would personally raise the waist a little bit. I think it does sit a little bit higher. Raising the waist, you would just draw your line, cut it, and move it up, or create like a pleat shape in it, like so, just to raise it up.
Okay.
Just to take some of the length out. I think if it sits higher, then it's a little bit more flattering.
Yes.
On an apple shape, the waist might be a little bit low, so that's what I would do.
Yes, because I suppose we're all at our slimmest sort of here.
You create more shape.
Illusion.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a nice idea. I like
Yeah.
that. So yeah, potentially. Really good demonstration. Sorry to be looking over here. It's the only screen where the words are big enough for me to read. Really good demonstration. Lovely dress and fabrics. Is it possible to alter the neckline to be a little bit higher? Thank you. That's from Anne in East Yorkshire.
Yes, I think so. The front is cut on a fold, so you can raise it slightly. It is quite deep, and if that's not your style, I can completely agree. But yes, just raise it up slightly higher to where you want it to be.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a difficult job.
No, I wouldn't.
Fab.
Okay.
My friend sometimes wears what they call modesty.
Yeah, like a little bit that they put underneath.
Yeah, almost sort of like hooks
or tape it
over
on each
the
side.
bra, and then she just wears it just to fill in a little bit of a deep V as well. I suppose you'll have a bit of extra fabric.
You can create that. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to do the gathers now. So what I like to do is I like to place my fabric in position and gather afterwards. So I've got the centre mark here, and I'm just going to do right sides together.
Oh, that's a clever tip. So that's the lower half of the dress, so you know what you're gathering it to.
Yes, so if I pin it to the centre, I know that this half has to gather down into that shape and vice versa on the other side. So that's anchored in place. Right, so I'm going to gather it down. I'm going to take the 2 threads, which has got the knot on it, and I'm just going to gently start creating the gathered shape, create the gathers in until I reach the length that I want. And I'm not being too particular about where the gathers are going at the minute. I'm just making sure that the length is correct. And then afterwards, we can do a little bit of shifting to make sure that it's more evenly distributed. So if I hold it up like that, you can see that that now is matching both the front and the back. So I'm just going to pin that in place because that's now the correct length. Now I'm going to use...
Amber, your work is done. Chris, our producer, who's doing this hour, has just said to me, well, I can follow that. If you manage to teach him, I think your job is done. I tell you what, I can see why all your classes are booked up.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Okay, so I'm just going to evenly distribute these gathers now. Now, it's soft gathers. It's not like a style, if you think of like a tiered skirt where it's very visible, these gathers are just soft. So, yeah, just make sure you can get them as evenly distributed as you can.
Oh, I see what you mean as well. Yeah, that is just gently gathered into fit, so it just creates a little bit more volume there.
Yeah. So you can see that's now matching.
Yep.
So I'm happy with that. So I'm just going to pin into place.
And you were saying that your inner line of stitching is 0.5 centimetre away from the raw edge.
Yeah.
And then your other line of stitching, that's beyond your stitching line.
It
so
is.
That will definitely come out.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. It just holds the gathers in the right place.
Yeah. Oh, I need to give you a bit of a stock warning about the dress pattern. I've just had a look at my scoreboard and the numbers are low. Lots and lots of you have this in your baskets. If you want to check out on the Cuba Libre dress, I know lots of you are watching to see as many processes as possible, but don't miss out on the pattern, will you? It's $19.99, size 6 to 24 UK sizes, and there's a few different options for adaptations on this dress. Really lovely one.
So I've worked with a couple of the Maison Fauve patterns, and it does have a video as well.
That's good to know.
Okay, so I'm just going to gather down the other side. So again, I'm happy with that.
Fabric bundle wise, I've had lots of sellouts. I'll show you the other fabrics that I have available in a few minutes time, but if there's something in particular, I'd hop on the website now and just see if it's available and check out if you can. Such amazing prices on these fabric bundles.
Okay.
I went shopping in London for fabric just a few days ago, Amber, and I found it very easy to spend 80 quid on 3 metres of fabric. I certainly didn't find 3 metres of fabric for £19.99 or £22.99.
What part of London did you go?
Goldhawk Road.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, oh, it was lovely. I had a great time, but it wasn't exactly a bargain.
No.
You know, but these. But sometimes it's just seeing... It's just what you want when you want it, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Did you make the dress you're wearing?
I didn't. I mean, the last 2 shows I haven't worn something I've made. I do have something unfinished that I was supposed to wear today, but that's for the next
We've
show.
all got that.
Oh, we do.
Yeah. It is lovely though. It's such a lovely fabric.
Okay, so that is now all gathered down, all pinned in place, and I'm going to sew. Now, usually these stitch lines would be in a different colour. I am still, well, it's brown, so it is slightly different. But when I stitch, I'll be stitching in between these two stitch lines, so these gathers will hold in place.
And again, you're using a regular foot, no need for a walking foot.
No. Again, if you do struggle, you can use a walk-in foot.
Okay.
Oh, another tip actually when you're doing gathers, I always sew with the gathered side facing up. Okay. Now this allows me to, if I'm sewing and something shifts, I can just shift it back into place.
Gotcha.
If the gathers was underneath, I'm not going to know it's not right until I've taken it out. Yeah.
And you're using the same needle as before, universal, size 80.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, it's so lovely just to sit and sew, though, isn't it? It's
It
such
is.
a gentle...
Therapeutic.
Yes. I actually I can't wait to get back in my studio and do some sewing myself. I've spent all week watching other people sew.
Yeah, that's the thing with me as well. I do so much teaching of other people and never enough for myself.
Right.
Okay, so that's now attached. So you can see where the gather-in stitches that was outside of the seam allowance, but you just go get your unpicker, unpick it, and then give it a nice press. I'm going to leave that because I don't want to take too much time up.
That fabric is stunning.
It is. I made another dress out of this actually, a Maison Fauve one. It's really nice.
You?
Really
Can I
nice.
just mention the details for that fabric while we're just talking about it? You get 3 meters, and this is a twill viscose in ochre. It's $19.99 for 3 meters, so less than £7 a meter, and absolutely delightful. And I think it's got enough depth of colour. I know that yellow is one of those, you need to get the tone right for your skin, but I think that shade is kind of golden mustard, is actually a really, really flattering shade. Single figures left of that one. Do check out your baskets, won't you?
Okay, so it looks like I don't have the panels for the actual waist. I've probably left it outside there.
Do you want
in the
Michael
green
to go
room.
get Michael can get them for you? Sorry.
I don't know if you'll find it. You can have a look. It's just 2 strips of burgundy. It might be out there just by the green room. In the meantime, I'll just demonstrate the facing.
Thank you. This is the neckline.
Yes, it is. So you've got the deep V here. Actually, I'll show if you were to. I'll just show if you were going to raise the waistline what you would do, because your pattern piece would be on the fold like so.
Christine, are you watching? Raising your waistline. So make it more flattering if you're an apple shape.
No, sorry, the neckline.
Oh,
sorry.
the neckline. Beg your pardon.
So this would be your pattern piece, and it's cut on a fold. So this is the fold. So what you would have to do is you'd have to raise that up, and then I would taper it in. Rather than going like that and going straight to the shoulder, just taper it out and then come straight down, and that will raise it up slightly.
That sounds like the easiest hack to do.
Toile it if you're not 100% sure.
Yeah.
You can always adjust it if you've done your sample first.
Fine. Great.
Okay, so facing. So this is interfaced, and this is it's exactly the same as the front, where the front facing is cut on the fold and the back is cut on the fold as well. Okay, So what I will do is I'll place right sides together. And what I do first is I pin it at the shoulders.
I've got H180 soft and light white iron-on interface.
That is the one I used.
That's the one you used?
Yeah.
Is that sold out? Oh, that's sold out. Well done if you got it. You don't need very much though, do you?
No, I mean, if you've got like less than half a metre at home, that'll be more than enough. It's only these two areas that are interfaced.
Well, I suppose this is the other thing. If you have done that tapered neckline, you need to do the same thing on the face.
Exactly, yes. Good point, yeah.
We've got a message as well. God, it's been busy for messages today.
It has been.
Jane says, wow, I think even I could manage this dress. What a brilliant demo. Thank you, Amber.
That's all right. You're welcome, Jane.
Well, like I say, producer Chris, who I think it's fair to say is not a sewer, he said, I'm totally getting this. I'm totally getting this.
So you know what's going to happen when I come back, Chris? I'd like to see the dress. Okay, so I'm just going to pin that in and then I'm going to sew.
Last few chances on the pattern, by the way. Sizes 6 to 24, $19.99. It's the Cuba Libre dress. It has previously sold out. We've managed to get it back in stock, but has been going very, very fast today. How many in baskets, Chris? Oh, okay, like half the available stock that I've got is in baskets. There's not a lot left. Few options on fabric as well. Have a look on the website.
Okay,
so you've pinned all round?
Pin all the way round, and I'm just going to sew, and it's the same 1 centimetre seam allowance. When you get to the V, if you're not entirely sure where to pivot, you can always use a pen and mark it on before you sew.
I mentioned earlier on, Amber, at the start of the hour, that there are sort of key measurements that we need to take and need to follow when we're picking the right size. I think that's one of the things that foxes beginner dressmakers, certainly, and maybe even some with more experience. What would be your best advice for how to pick the right size? So
if you're doing a top, it'd be your bust measurement, because that would be the wider measurement. If it was bottoms, it would be your hips. If it was a dress, it'd be both your bust and your waist, your hips. If it's bottoms and it's elasticated, I wouldn't worry too much about the waist because the elastic will bring it in. If it is more fitted, then definitely do take your waist measurement. So bust, waist and hips. I always get my students to, before each project, always reference their sizing because each pattern varies slightly.
They do, don't they? They do. And some patterns, you get to know them if you make them regularly.
Yeah, you do.
From pattern houses. But they will have a certain handwriting that you recognise and you know just the right adjustment. Or you know that their patterns just fit you no matter what. Do you design your own patterns as well, Amber?
I can, but the process is so long.
It's huge.
So I don't.
Right, fair enough. The grading.
Yeah. I usually get somebody else to do that bit.
Fair enough.
I think it's very easy when you're a creative to try and control everything from start to finish. So you try and do the pattern, the grading, everything yourself, but I'm learning to allow others to chip in with their expertise because you can't do everything.
No, you can't.
Okay.
That's why I pay an accountant to do my.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd rather scrub the floor, anything. But I know what you're good at, haven't you?
Yes. Okay, so I'm just going to snip into that. This is going to allow the facing to, where there's a curve and you turn it through to the inside, it's just going to spread open so it can sit nice and flat. If you've got a fabric that has a little bit more weight to it and it's a little bit bulky, you can trim the seam allowances or grade them down so it sits better.
Okay. And you know when you're clipping in, would you overlock that first and then clip, or do you clip and then overlock?
Where there's, wherever there's an area of a garment which is going to be encased and it's not going to be exposed, like the raw edges are not going to be exposed, I don't tend to overlock. So I wouldn't overlock that bit at all.
Because you're going to fold the facing over the top anyway.
Yeah.
Makes perfect sense. Now, I've got a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind. Claire from Gloucestershire says, what sort of length is this dress, please? Lovely design.
It's a midi, isn't it?
It is a midi. So kind of below the knee.
Yeah, definitely below the knee. Might be mid-calf again.
Okay, we'll go mid-calf for average height.
Yeah.
Great. And then Karen's messaged in to ask, hi, would I be able to extend the length of this pattern? That's Karen, who's from, oh, beautiful, Edinburgh.
So your pattern pieces, they're more triangular shape. So I think it'd be better to do it as a lengthening and shortening line. So you can measure up from the hem a certain amount on all pattern pieces, slash it and open it. I think if you take it if you just use the hem and you're lengthening it by quite a bit, it's going to be really wide at the bottom.
Right.
So yes, you can, but you'll need to use a lengthening and shortening line.
Are there lengthening lines?
I don't remember, actually.
Okay. Quite often there are, but like you said, unless it's really straight up and down, like the trousers, earlier, then you can just add extra on the end of the hem.
Yeah.
You want to go midway up, don't you, or part way up?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Okay, so the facing is now sewn on, it's clipped to allow it to spread open. I'm going to press it now.
Oh, okay, that ochre fabric, I've only got 2 bundles left. If you want that, there's time if you're quick. But yeah, we won't look at that again because we'll call that a sellout.
So I'm just pressing the seam allowances towards the facing.
Oh.
Now along the neckline, it's always good to understitch so that the facing doesn't pop through to the front. Just holds everything in place.
Now, for anyone that doesn't understand what understitching is, do you mind just showing us where you're going to stitch?
I don't have the panel pieces for the elastic bit, so I might just demo it afterwards.
Oh, fine, okay. No.
So I'll just press this and I'll show it afterwards. Could have just slipped out in my bag somewhere.
I'll just mention the elastic while you're pressing there, Amber. Yep. Now, I've got 2 different options. I've got a black and a white. This is 12 mil. We'll start with black. 12 mil wide, 2 meters in length, so plenty for this project. And it's $1.99. Or you can get white. So if you're using a darker fabric, maybe use the black. If you're using a lighter fabric, use the white. Same width, 12 mil, 2 meters in length, $1.99. Remember, you only pay 1 postage, so pop it in your basket.
Okay, so that's done. Understitching. So when you're doing understitching, Your seam allowance always points or sits towards your facing or your lining. It's always the bit that's not front facing.
Right.
It's always on the inside. So because I've pressed that in place, that's automatically going to sit towards the facing. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew about 3 to 4 millimeters from the seam, but you're going to sew it on the facing side. So what your stitch will be along this edge here. Now what this does is it holds the seam allowance, which is pointing in the correct direction, it sits flat. And what this stitch does is when it's folded back on the inside, it makes it automatically sit towards the inside, like it holds it in position. So on the inside, it'll look like this, as opposed to that's the front and the facing is popping out. So,
but it's invisible from from the right side.
So it's not a top stitch which will go through both layers and it'll be visible from the front. It's only a stitch that is visible from the facing. So you have to look on the inside to see it.
It creates a lovely smart profile. Do you need to let you know, over 80% of the pattern has sold out now. If you want to get the Maison Fauve Cuba Libre dress, sizes 6 to 24, do please check out your baskets. Last few chances now. Absolutely fab.
Okay, so I'm just going to trim down the corners where the seams have met because it will be a little bit bulky. So I'll just trim down the excess and then I will start to sew. Okay. So again, seam allowance pointing that way, you're stitching on the facing, about 3 or 4 millimeters from the seam on the inside all the way around. Now, because it's got a V at the front, rather than going all the way down, putting your needle in and pivoting at the point, I would stitch from the left side down, finish there, take it out and do the other side, because what you don't want is for it to drag around to the other side if you're going to sew it that way.
Brilliant tip. We'll finish on that tip. Thank you, Amber. Absolutely amazing tips and expertise from you. Brilliant. Thank you. Right. Don't forget to check out on your pattern, the Cuba Libre dress. Don't forget, last few chances on fabrics as well. I think I just have these 4 fabrics. Do I have this one available? I do. I've got those 4. Have a look on the web, but everything else has sold out. It's been a very busy hour again.
It has been.
All right, officially, we have fallen in love with trousers and dresses. Thank you, Amber. That was amazing.
Right.
When are you back?
I can't remember the date.
Next month?
I am definitely back next month. I think it's the 24th.
You better be. Excellent. Good. Okay, well, I'll put it in my diary. Safe journey home.
Thank you.
Right. I think we need to have a look at tomorrow's menu, don't we? Now, tomorrow, Vix is in presenting for the most part. I'm actually doing the first hour, 8 a.m. I'm going to be presenting for Vix. And then 9 o'clock, I'll be guesting for a couple of hours, 9 and 11. And we've also got another guest tomorrow. We'll go through the menu in just a sec, but it's going to be a good one. I've got a new pattern to launch and lots of lovely quilting to do. So here we go. This is how tomorrow looks. So 8 a.m. It's me for an hour with Susan Wheeler and 2 brand new beautiful fabric ranges. Now at 9 o'clock, Vix is going to take over the helm. She'll be in charge. I'll be her guest with a brand new pattern. It's called We Love Scrap Quilting, and there are 3 different scrap quilting patterns in one, plus pages and pages of useful help and advice on how to manage and, more importantly, use your scraps. At 10 o'clock, Janie Burnett bleaches in with Janie's Originals for an hour. And then at 11 o'clock, we are going to have an hour where I'm going to share some of my favourite quilting and bag making designs at 11 o'clock. At 12, Janie is back with one more hour of Janie's Originals, and that is how we do it here on Sewing Street. Absolutely gorgeous to have had your company today. Thank you for sharing your time with us here, and also for messaging in and sending in your lovely questions and comments and your bright hellos. We love you all for that. Have a great rest of the day, but don't go anywhere because Hobbymaker are up next and they've got some fabulous guests. So stick around, don't touch that dial, and I'll see you at 8 in the morning.